fun stream. Gonna see if we can do 3. Count them. 3. Go Warriors. I have to really be careful on the hardcore. Other than that, I should be okay. The annoying part with Gordon is I have to run him all the way over to freaking Bastok. Fun. Hard to hear. Okay. Got. Oh. I don't know how I'm gonna do. All right. Boy. Okay, delivery box. Right in the D box. Okay. I'll keep one of those for eco. Changed up. Summoner. Black mage. Black. She used to be Indian, all of a sudden she's black. Either. There we go. It's alright. You're here looking at my teeth, you have other issues. Okay, I'm pretty certain I need Eco Bastok. Beanson, Merry Xmas. Same to you. You're about what? Fucking 45 days too early. It's a very, very rough math. I'm probably wrong. Like I said, Beanson. Like, when we drove back from Florida, we stopped at a Popeyes in, like, Virginia, maybe? And we ordered online. And we walk in to get the food. And they're like, "Are you Ben?" I'm like, "What? Ben?" I'm like, "Ben." "Yeah, Ben." I'm like, well, I didn't say it, but I'm like, people sound fucking stupid when they talk. Southern accent of my name is Ben. I told my wife, and she got a kick out of it. For her, it's, you know, English isn't her first language, but you can't tell. But for her, she thought it was so funny. Oh. Like a... Gotta do this really long ass... It's not a long ass quest. A lot of running around. For my first 2 characters, it should be really easy. But for the third, it's going to be a little bit of a... Probably going to need... Get people. Alright, I'll just go flag the quest in the meantime. Do I like Zelda? I'm okay with Zelda. I don't hate it. I don't, I'm not the biggest fan. I think it's a little overrated. Because every Zelda game is just the same. Fight the same bad guy, same, you know, Ganon, Ganondorf, whatever. You know, collect the Master Sword, the Hylian Shield, Lens of Truth, Hook Shot, Bow and Arrow, Slingshot. Pretty much every single game. And it's, I call it a fake open world game. Like Ocarina of Time, you're kind of on a rail. You like run around the main map of Hyrule outside the castle, but there's really not a lot to do. I know Breath of the Wild was more open world, but I've heard it was a little bit linear. Zelda's, I don't know. I loved Ocarina of Time as a kid, but then I grew up and liked other things. And that's like, not that you need to be. If you like Zelda, you're not. It doesn't make you immature. It's all. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan. And I skipped a couple Nintendo generations. Yeah, I didn't have GameCube. I was pretty late into the Wii's life cycle of getting a Wii. Well, no, I think I got my Wii in 2008. Yeah, it was 08. Even that I didn't care. By then, Twilight Princess had come out. Wind Waker had come out on Game. I didn't play Majora's Mask, so I was just like kind of out of it. Once I got into Final Fantasy games, like 7 and 9, back in 2000, I was just kind of done with Nintendo. Tavern Keeper? What's the concept? Like is it like a bartender simulator? Find one of those like really mundane simulators, like kind of real life simulator. Get orcs drunk. That sounds like fun. Oh, don't. Oh, no, hold on. I'll that up. Start with. Quest points. Simulate a bar in a swamp. That sounds like fun. I should find like a Christmas, some kind of like holiday related simulator, like getting Thanksgiving dinner ready simulator. Preferably for free because I don't want to pay for it. I'm only going to play it once. To get myself in trouble on YouTube, I should find those hentai dating simulators, dating games we downloaded years ago for that panel we hosted, and play one of those and be banned off YouTube. Just do it, but just like blur it out. A note on that: we did not download a hentai dating simulator just out of anything, any kind of gooning. It was like out of pure humor for an anime convention panel we hosted. We called it Digital Dating Experience. If you see that in a convention program guide, you don't know what the hell that means. That was the whole idea. It was fucking dank. That's fun. Thanks. Do you talk to anybody from Anime Next World besides me? I was thinking about that crew today. Specifically, like, you, Gabe, some of our old compatriots, like Izzy, that fucking clown, what's his name, Lawrence? That guy's name was TikTok for us. In here. You can count on me. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah, I have contact info for people. I would like to talk to Izzy just to see how he's doing. Curious on his thoughts on the current political climate. I don't have his number though. Hey Bob, what's happening? Bob, did you guys see my little I guess I bought a gift, one of those little gift gem things for your live stream earlier. I don't know if you guys noticed it. If you're hosting it, you probably don't notice. Basically you buy it, spend the little gems, and a little like thing appears on screen. So me paying it forward to you guys. Alright, fine, fuck it. Okay. Anybody?
Incoming tower.
Yeah, no, happy to do it, Bob. You're always there for me, and I want to pay it forward with you. I've earned those gems. People, I guess, buy gems for during my streams, and I could spend them. You can see whatever version of chat that is connected to your card. That's probably why you don't see it. I think people elsewhere that are watching on like standard YouTube, it's like a little animated GIF that appears on the screen. It shows in the chat log. Somebody named themselves. 5, 6, 7, 8. Their name. Let's all hit that like button, please. I see only one like. 3 people here currently. Let's make it happen. I don't have my game. I'm playing a game in the background, but... Oh, thank you, Bob. Holy smokes, thank you, Robert. Really appreciate that. Thanks, man. All right, Bob, you just did something really amazing. You put me over. I'm gonna get my first YouTube monetization check. It's been like briefly going up from like $70. Get paid out at $100. That's gonna put me over. Thank you, Bob. Wowee. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Bob. Shout out to Bob. Everybody say thank you, Bob. For this fucking thing here. Come on. Not this YouTube thing I'm playing. It occurred to me last night. Somebody pointed it out that. Yeah, I just changed that. You guys can see. So somebody pointed out last night something I had actually thought about, like that yesterday, the same day, that you're watching me on mobile, my phone, my camera box down at the bottom of the chat, and the chat appears over it on mobile. You can't really see it. Pain in the ass. What? Any silent oil on me? There we go.
Incoming town.
Brother. How many summoner we got? Look at that. Bob with a super chat. That made my fucking day. Thank you, Bob. Hey, well, productive damn day. Quote Negan. I watched one Walking Dead clip on YouTube, and now my feed is filled. Okay. How we doing? How we doing?
Loading incoming town.
Oh boy. Wild. Do you need it? Slash tell summoner. Can I? How many summoners we got?
Incoming town.
Guy's name is Palm Hub. Pomhb. Okay. Wildfires, Palm Hub. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. Sorry to call you Rob. Bob. All right. That is so annoying. Thanksgiving is later in the month here. I did. Very good show. I just don't feel Avatar magic at all. That is not magic. Like I've been looking at a lot of pre-modern format stuff on Twitter, and that's like peak magic for me. I can't do this right. I might even be pivoting away on my channel away from magic. I'm gonna pilot something new for a few days. Like my daily shorts have been the Magic the Gathering, like a card with like a cap cut green screen cap like funnies over it as commentary. But I might move away from that by just talking about like general new funny stuff. Because it's just magic, I just can't. I feel like an imposter. I hate that imposter syndrome thing people talk about, but I really feel I just don't do anything for magic. Kind of a loser for it. Doesn't work. I have a magic video on my channel that I'm gonna leave it. I'm not gonna delete it. But it only got 10 fucking completely impossible. Brand new to MTG friends. Commander Raids is really conducive to that.
Incoming tell.
Hey, Rusty. Alright, okay. Bob, did you open any of your Warhammer Magic stuff, like for the singles? Or did you keep it secret? Because I just have a question about the card art, because I never looked at any of them. Like, not even singles on Card Kingdom. Never, nothing. I think I got a few singles that are Warhammer from one of DJ's little mini games that I won, but I have a question about it. Alright, I'm gonna... Okay, Lord Vader, I love it. Gotta stop just cruising around aimlessly, Rusty. I've never even heard of that. Why are you driving to dank-ass places for a car repair? You live in the middle of nowhere. No offense. Towns like that, where you are, tend to be nothing but auto body repair shops. Why are you doing that? Why? Bad call, man. I don't think. Drove like almost an hour for that? Alright. What happened? 7 summoners? There's always a full allowance there right now, dude. I don't know, man. Bad call. I can't imagine it. But whatever. If you want to light your money on fire, fine by me.
You're being talked about.
I don't know, man. Bad call, but... zone. God damn it, need more summoner. Yeah. Seven out of... I don't know, man. I don't know.
Incoming town.
Am I sick? Already have a wandering. Time is equal. for your own week.
Incoming town.
Hoorah. Why did you...
Incoming town.
Okay. I have to do a weekly quest with him. One of my, Oh, great, we got 4 summoners. Okay. Yeah, gotta help. Alright, everyone. I'll be right back. I gotta help with something. Gonna run some ads. Let me know if you see the ad. I don't think it always works. Hit the like button, and I'll see you guys in a minute. You get 3 minutes. cancel. Boom. Yeah. Hey everyone. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for watching for 2 likes. Hey Emily, you gonna behave yourself tonight, or do I have to put you in timeout again? Okay. Probably good. What happened? I didn't see. What?
Incoming trade.
All right. Gag drink. I can get by without it. Ceremonial dagger. Let's get that MP. Okay. All right, let's jam. Okay. What on it? Oh man. So Rusty, what cut of meat did you use for the air fryer steak? Remember for a while we tried like the cheaper cuts of steak from ShopRite? Just not worth it. Or like strictly ribeye people. Filet mignon is an overrated piece of meat. Invite me to that. Telling this group. Oh. Basically just shotgun this drink. Nice. This is a fun one. Filet is your favorite cut? I'm biased because I used to have to cook it. And I feel like just the way it's cut, it's like a cylinder of meat. Yay tall cylinder, like this can. And Up here it cooks, down here cooks, middle doesn't cook. And I don't get the appeal. It's like half the size of this, depending on how it's cut. And it just, I don't get it. Oh, bot. Try to get there. Yeah, Nishi, don't sweat it. Get it. If you get the Bastok, grind out some really simple quests. Talking about. Chris, gonna drop you for a second. How about we wait real quick? There's Grist. Yeah, I guess. I feel like filet though, it's not a marbled piece of meat. Like, it doesn't have the white marbly fat in it. And it doesn't stay dry. It just dries out to me. I don't get the Benishi, if you want, grind out a few basic quests, do Mommy's Helper. The Out of Your Shell, the Quadav Shell guy in Port Bastok. You can do... what else? The Bone Chip guy for the Dangrif Wadi map. Not that you need it, because of maps.
You've been examined.
There's the Bubbling Bernie. You trade the fish to the question mark outside the lighthouse. Bastok, you take out Bubbling Bernie, get the clock, trade it in. I remember on Xiaotutsu, I grinded out pretty high. I'd say like level 3 fame in a couple hours. That fillet is only 1.5. Okay, game is ribeye. Yeah, we're ribeye people. No, are we ribeye? What is it? Not ribeye. It's yeah, it might be ribeye. New York strip I liked for a little while, but I guess it depends on the cut. Well, it definitely can be cooked, so it does not dry out. They definitely need to make it ribeye, media, yeah. No, I like a good steak sauce. Worcestershire or A1. Sum things up with your quest. I can drop in a... What am I doing? Yeah, filet's tricky. I hated that. That was my least favorite cut of meat. Yeah, I didn't get the appeal. Yeah, you don't need a ton of salt and pepper. I've never had Outback. Like chain restaurants, I've had Applebee's, Friendlies. California Pizza Kitchen. All I can think of. I guess IHOP. That's a chain. They don't sell booze.
Incoming emote.
Oh. OG. Fucking fillets. I ain't eating 48 hours. Outback blooming onion. Megs, what are you doing? You're like, are you fasting? Megs, why haven't you eaten in 48 hours? You feeling alright? I don't think Friendly's makes steak. Friendly's is like a hot dog and hamburger joint. Ice cream. Blooming onion. Alright, I'm cheap and I'm not renting a bird. Normal fasting. Damn, dude. Going hard. He's NPO? What does that mean? Does that mean he's Muslim? Muslims fast? That's Ramadan. I know for a fact Megs isn't Muslim. Found out he's a certain religion, but I had no idea. I've known the guy almost 20 years and I had no idea. Ugh. But Bob, I was going to ask you earlier about the Warhammer cards. I noticed Magic has a problem with the Second Amendment. Like, Wizards goes out of their way to not show guns on Magic cards. Did the Warhammer cards... Did the card art for Warhammer Magic feature any kind of guns? Like, actual guns. Not those stupid Thunder Junction weird laser bow and arrow pistol things. Non-per-oral. Oh man. Won't that just kill you? How do you survive like that? Not eating anything or even drink water? Can't be good. Not quite. Not definitely not fasting. I definitely don't need to fast. Lately, I've been on an oatmeal. I've been on an oatmeal diet lately. I've been eating a lot of steel cut oatmeal. I had this like frozen dinner in my freezer, like this organic, like teriyaki chicken. It looks really good on the box, but when we heat it up, it just looks like complete shit, and it tastes bad. I ate a couple bites of that. We made a thing. We made a nice thing of organic spinach for. I ate that. I need to eat something else, so I made steel cut oatmeal. Wait, steel cut oatmeal for dinner for the like 10th time this week. Ooh, thanks for the snack. Slap it on, big boy. Do me, big boy. Oh no, I don't believe over space guns over the Walking Dead lair. Okay. No, I've been thinking about that. Okay, that's a magic. I still want to dabble in some magic stuff. But notice with magic, they like Wizards tries to stay away from guns on. And they like contort themselves into pretzels. A sip of water made you hurt? Why, Nishi? Are you on that diet? Did you try that diet? Hurt yourself. I was hospitalized. I did that. Damn. Not hurt ourselves. I'm rewarding. And we bought a carton of this. They've gone up that much? Well, that makes sense. Those are like those Warhammer cards. Did they print any cards that are like 1-to-1 equivalents besides like Soul Ring and Command Tower? I would just mark it scarcity because it's a unique item. Maybe some of the cards in the Warhammer decks jive with stuff that came out on Avatar, Spider-Man, or it's coming out with Ninja Turtles. Maybe even like Edge of Eternities. Maybe there's space-related mechanics. I am lazy. How long does this last? Hey, killing this thing, and maybe I'll level up. I'm level 45. Did I die at some point? Why am I so... This poor Galka... I don't have a Yag drink. Okay. You guys ready for a show? 309. Do it. Yeah. Not about the size of your MP and how you use it. A zing. Ugh. Tell me they don't like the big MP. Oh wait, if I do eco on Gordon, I might have to do Bastok quest first. Size queens. Funny. Right in his big red butt cheeks. Melt. Did he kill it? Just poke that thing for 0 damage. I'm legit out of MP. Oh no, we got one more. We're in trouble. Damn it. I'm out of MP. I'll be doing that. Hang on. Somebody fucked up. Oh, we have like 3 summoners. Nobody's got another Inferno? No. Why is this thing alive? Oh, no, we got a skeleton jumping in. Got a ghoul. Where the fuck is this thing? Oh no. Oh, okay, that worked out. Alright, what went wrong there? Well, that was fun. Chaotic. That creepy ass siren. Much for leveling up. We'll be alright. Yeah, that goat didn't do. What happened here? Summoners do we? Because I ate shit, Bob. I got KO'd. I don't know what went wrong there. The NM means notorious monster. So in Final Fantasy XI, there's like the monsters you fight that roam the overworld are just like regular monsters. Ghoul, skeleton, goblin. Sometimes you'll see a monster with a proper name, like Black Triple Stars or Boiver, Guyver, Stray Mary, Leaping Lizzie. They have like a proper name with a proper noun in it. That means they're a notorious monster. Notorious monsters are usually, they're killed for quests and they drop items. I did 2 Infernos, thank you so much. What happened? Did we lose a summoner? I don't know why we... Weird. Okay, maybe my fault. Okay, my fault. Really, it's my fault for not having a Yag drink? I don't buy that. Big Jake in the lake. No siren in that zone, Rusty. That tree, though, it has a proper name. Forget what it is, but usually in mobs is an RPG term for enemies. Like this thing is Thundersnatch. Thing here is Ghoul, Gabagool. Thundersnatch, Ghoul. Pretty common. Regular overworld monsters. That skeleton was named Rusty McRandom, then that would be a notorious monster. If the goblin was named Dan Quail, that would be a notorious. Has a proper name. All good. Here was a I did not know that. The siren means the NM is spawning? Which NM? There's several in mines. I see Mexico is popping off. Did you see that the Mexican Prime Minister got groped? Gross and horrible that happened to her. Got a lot of fucking nerve. No matter what country you're in, it's almost... They're all surveillance states now. I think you can get away with that. It's just beyond gross, and you're an idiot. So many things wrong. Hawaii has always been a very pivotal role in the Pacific. It is an island. It is right here. Had I known if I was going to Latin America, I would have studied Latin harder in school. People are storming the presidential palace of Mexico? What's going on? Geek React content. We're all here for that. Oh. Do slimes regen going on in Mexico?
Incoming tell.
Wow. Why? What's going on here? More than 100 officers injured as protesters attacked police. Breach barriers. Wow, holy shit. They're protesting? What is it? What is it? Anti-government march. Organized members of Gen Z. So Gen Z fucking up again. What are they mad at? They haven't... What are they mad at? Thinking about that, Rusty. Why are they doing it, though, Eggs? We need greater determination from the president. Do not want to be just another mayor on the list. Claudia Scheinbaum, which, funny enough, I think she's Mexico's first. Like, that is not a Mexican name. You hear, like, you hear the president of Mexico, you hear that title. What name comes to mind? I'm not thinking of somebody named Claudia Scheinbaum. Like somebody being named like Bob Smith and he head of the Chinese Communist Party. It won't happen. Came under fire after a series of high-profile murders. They're mad because cartel owns Mexico. I mean, the UN and the rest of the world won't stand for it, but if Trump invaded Mexico to take out the cartels, I wouldn't be against that. They are a transnational...
Incoming tell.
And they got no fresh water, only coconut. I'd be mad. Waiting for the next round. Do you have enough fame, Nishi? All the water in Mexico probably goes to the sugarcane plantations and golf courses. Alright. Who's Kokiki? Not being cute. Is that your mom? Or your dad? Somebody else in the family? Alright, give me a minute. Do me a favor. Ping me your name, your character name, and that other name on Discord, please. Oh, I have them in front of me. This monitor is... Oh, your mom. I'm just kidding. Hi, Mama Nishi. But yeah, I wouldn't hate Trump going after the cartels. Like, if there was some kind of gang, like, ravaging the border, like, going to the border of Canada, just ravaging, killing people without mercy that are from the U.S., like, take, like, the Hells Angels. The Hells Angels going into Canada, killing people indiscriminately in Canada, from the U.S., and putting all kinds of drugs into Canada and bullshit. Canada struck us, like, shot over the border into, like, Minnesota. Minnesota's here. Lionel. Minnesota, Indiana. Something M, Arkansas, whatever. Or even Michigan. And Canada, like, shot a missile, blew them up. We'd be pissed. I'd be mad, but I'd be okay. They took out scumbags. Don't blame them. Doing nothing about it. Cartels are, that's a ridiculous statement. Cartels aren't creating colonies. Cartels don't have colonial holdings. The cartels didn't seize chunks of China. The cartels don't have a colonial island like of Taiwan. The nonsense statement, Rob. Oh wait, I can't do it. I'm on mute. You don't have to tell us. But comparing cartels to colonial Japan is just... It is an ahistorical absurdity. Make any sense. Alright. Here we go. We're going on for our second eco war. Alright, where is all my silent oil? Here, okay. Let me double, triple. I'm gonna make sure I have enough fame, then we'll kick off. Started. I'd say the cartels are worse. Because the Japanese, they at least believed in the honor of wearing a uniform. They did do a lot of side deal shady shit. Local criminal gangs and whatnot. But they believed in wearing a uniform and a code of honor. Neck. Step on Sneck. Alright, it's my white mage level 20. White mage is 17. Oh. I was excited for this brew, and it weak as hell. Look at me, I'm an end gamer. I log in and stand still and not move. Okay. Alright. Off to my friend Nishi. Let's get this. Why do they do Wait, this has happened before. This is an article from March 7th, 2024. Protesters knocked down the door of Mexico's presidential palace. Huh. Alright, take it easy, dude. Don't spam the chat with historical fun facts. Good. They do this every year? That's a good point, Nish. The yearly, like, performative protest. Hey, Egoist, how you doing? Welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, no, Rusty, they did it last year. I see an article. Action. I'm playing Final Fantasy XI as always. Connection dropping. They'd love to kill their student, just like. I'm gonna say something a little controversial. I dispute the events of Tiananmen Square. What, June 89? I dispute those events. The way they're portrayed publicly. This is free to play, Egoist. There's a link in the description to download the Horizon client. This is Horizon XI, Horizon 11 is a free to play private server version of Final Fantasy. You too can play it. Something wrong with the internet. What's going on here? Scumbag. What's going on? Oh, God. It's a huge massacre is a subjective term. Do I have any leftovers from last night? Oh, what, the pizza? Is it the pizza stream? No, I don't. We actually finished that. I dispute the numbers from the massacre. I don't think thousands people were murdered and run down with tanks and blown away with guns. It's such a misnomer. It's such a low-hanging fruit, Tiananmen Square. You know, everyone does that. They frame it. You know, they put it in a frame. When you frame things, you ignore things outside of the square. So outside of the square of Tiananmen Square is things like Taiwan. Taiwan, I think in 1988, they had just finally got out of martial law. Taiwan was in martial law from 1949 up through 1988. South Korea was basically a military dictatorship. The Philippines was a mixed military dictatorship. You remember you, Pom Pom. How are you? They didn't kill 6 million Tiananmen Square. Promise. There's no way. Scumbag. Douchebag. I gotta exit. What is going on? Okay, there it is. The only Dragon Quest I've played is Dragon Warrior, the original on NES. I still have the cartridge. All this politics, what can/are you doing about it? What's the game about? Final Fantasy XI? It's about what you want to make it about. It's Final Fantasy XI is a standard Final Fantasy game. Chocobos, goblins, um, standard fare Final Fantasy stuff. The plot line of Final Fantasy XI, the original story, the mainline story is there's three nations, and Pandoria, Winders, Bastok. Um, the premise of that, the main storyline, original base game storyline was it was the Great Shadow War 20 years ago, perpetuated by a guy named Shadow Lord and the Beast. Shadow Lord was defeated. He was sealed away, and his beast. Shadow Lord is being revived. Has been revived. Find that out. Basically, got to fight Shadow Lord. The base storyline, and then you come to the rest of your nations. Three main nations. They have missions, which are their main. All this politics. What are you doing about any of it? I'm doing nothing about it. I'm a taxpayer voter. That's about it. But 6 million people were not killed in Tiananmen. Not that you're saying that, there's no way. I saw a funny article about Tiananmen Square that said Tiananmen Square, the massacre that wasn't. But how I recommend studying critical thinking prior to formulating. Yeah. I'll play with my viewers. Yeah, I'm playing with a viewer right now, actually. My pal Nishi and her mom, no joke, legit, her mom plays this game too. I don't... What are you saying, Pom Pom? I don't what better? Democracy ruled by mafia or dictator? Rusty said Asian politics been really bad for a really long time. Kind of a broad statement, general statement. Things get better, generally overthrow everything. No, you're right, Bob. Democracies just keep talking, and dictators shut the fuck up. Basically. That's just like a very general, vague cycle, though. Again, you did something last night. It was just like a generic statement, like water is wet, air you breathe. Not saying much. Like, what are you trying to convey there? Fool, egoist? Oh, come on. What's going on? Did I close this out? Why is it saying disconnected from lobby server? I don't even get on this topic. Oh, Mexico and Tiananmen. The last thing I'll say. With Tiananmen Square, you have to think about the context of the Chinese Communist Party at the time. They were only barely over 12 years removed from, maybe about 15 years removed, worst of the Cultural Revolution and Mao Zedong dying. They had finally gained a foothold and a little bit of financial stability. Richard Nixon visited China, helped open China to the world. And next thing you know, you get all these student protesters. And they weren't, the student protesters of Tiananmen Square in 1989 it was not all about democracy. And they want to be able to vote, have a Senate. And democracy is a lot of feel-good crap bullshit. Yes. Nostalgic feeling about the times I had a PS2. So you're in luck there, Egoist. This is a this private server environment. It only goes up to Chains of Promathia. There's no other expansions after that. It basically is a PS2 game. What you played on PS2 is Horizon. Jerk off. This thing's not letting me connect. Close this out and what? So, saying You're not wrong, Pom Pom. Democracy is a lot of field crap. Oh, equal vote, equal rights, which those are good things. Egoist, feel free to join my Discord, as well as anybody else in the chat. Feel free to join. You can organize some play groups of Final Fantasy 11 and add it up in general. But Tiananmen Square wasn't what people said. It was like that democracy statue made out of paper mache, Tiananmen Square. There was a lot of bullshit. I'm not going to say it was CIA. There was some elements of. At that point in China, they were just what I was saying is they weren't far removed from the worst of China, like Cultural Revolution. And Deng Xiaoping was getting China on the right track. Deng Xiaoping was in the party, but he didn't. I don't think he in his heart believed in communism. He just believed in whatever was going to make China work and get people out of poverty. Yeah, I don't disagree, Nishi. There were people. And to say it was all, oh, they wanted democracy and voting, I'm sure there was some of that. But at that point, China wasn't open for very long. And not being open, a lot of people weren't studying abroad and bringing it back to China. So at that point, how many people have gone abroad like, oh my God, democracy, I got to have this in China. And Deng Xiaoping saw something that had happened in China's past. Look up the May the 4th movement in China in 1919. That was a big student uprising. At that point, China was a divided country. It was ruled by warlords in the north and the south. The Chinese Communist Party, for all their faults, they are extremely aware of their history. And they understand their history, and they understand trends of history. Going back to the ancient imperial days, ancient dynasty, even current era of China, they're aware of that history and build their current worldview and ways of working around so those things don't happen again. There's actually a YouTube video about that Pom Pom. I didn't watch it, but I saw that like it was suggested to me. It was like how Roman was the Holy Roman Empire, or like the Holy Roman Empire wasn't actually Roman and it wasn't holy. Hey, we got new people. Who joined the Discord? Was that Pom Pom or Egoist? Cool. No, you're right. And people that are in democracies don't have any idea how the average person lives. That's what I said to a lot of people who voted for Trump. I know a guy that voted for Trump, but I'm like, why did you do that? He has, like, doesn't know who you are. You can never relate to him. Go up to the gates of one of his posh golf clubs or his posh resorts. In some states, if you just show up there, they'll probably shoot you just for looking. They'll say you look funny and they'll shoot you and they'll get away with it. Like, that's what they think of you. I really recommend Ezra. I'll put a link in the chat since I'm not sharing anything at the moment. Typing all in caps. I feel like I'm yelling on my search browser. Oh. Here you go. This book here, you probably rent it from your local library or you can buy it. It's only $30. This book changed my life. This was my COVID lockdown read. Ezra Vogel, he's a world-renowned historian. Harvard trained, Ivy League guy, wrote a biography on Deng Xiaoping. And he has a really great couple chapters on Tiananmen Square. And he's frank to say, so listen, we don't, as historians, we don't admonish the loss of life, but think about where China was at the time. I don't fault you for that, Nishi. I understand why people voted for Trump. I get it. You guys know me. I'm not the type. I'm not going to unfriend anybody because they voted for Trump. What the fuck? Did something happen to Horizon? Please check this title's news for announcements. In the same neighborhood, so expecting that any leader understand all constituents really is... Oh no, I get that, Bob. Yeah, no constituent can understand what's going on with everybody. Fuck, I'm getting an error message I've never seen before. They kicked me out. Oh man, this is ruining my buzz. Come on. Fuck. Alright. I don't think I got banned. I didn't. I'm playing MMA Redux. What is MMA Redux? Like mixed martial arts? Bob, are you secretly an MMA fighter? MAA Redux. What is MAA? I don't play... I'm open to playing games with people on my server. Means your character is stuck in the game world. Oh, god damn it. Thank you, Nishi. What the fuck? No, when I went to Wu Yi, it didn't do anything. Marvel Avengers along. Oh. No, I'm POL. What the fuck? How he met a girl, she was 17 and married her. I'm a little weirded out by that, Bomb. No. Oh, yeah. No, I think Wu Yi had the 033. Now, Tutsa had... Oh, you know what happened? I OP warped to Gustaberg. And then... I... Fucking... Dog dick. Okay, I OP warped to Gustaberg. And then... From Gusta... That might be where I got stuck. The OP warp. Last night, and this dude was explaining how he met a girl, she was 17, and married her. So wait, he married her when she was 18? Alright, I don't want to have any issues here. Let's just... On here. Let's just cease talking about that statement. What is going on? Alright, I gotta take a screenshot. Nishi, that thing you sent, that error, is that... Horizon, or is that like general Final Fantasy XI? Announcement, everyone. Public beta testing. Go smash some zombies. I just put in a help ticket. Server no. Duck login. All right, so it's me then. I mean, if he waited until she was 17, 18 to marry her, if that's the state law, nothing wrong with that. Okay, wait, hold on. We're moving. Nope, we're not. God damn it, this is annoying. I'm trying to do something here. Getting fucking kicked in the ass. Can't even utilize Unstuck because I can't even log in. Oh, okay, we moved that time. Okay. Try Gordo. Fingers crossed. Your mother. "4:14 a.m. Where the hell are you? Are you in Asia? I gotta check my world clock. Where are you? Are you in London or Europe? Yeah, are you in Rome? You're either in Europe or Israel. That's my guess. Oh, you're in Belgium. Okay. "39 Benson, younger than I thought." Haha, trying to say that was me. I am not 39, but I'm not far off from that. Put it that way. Why am I stuck? What did I do to deserve this? Am I in trouble? Fuck. No, it's not an update, because Nishi's playing right now. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the I was about to say I'm going to use the login. I'm going to use the bathroom. Alright. Alright, I'm going to run some ads. I'll be right back. Uh. Okay. What was this? Okay. Resume. Everybody hear me okay? Okay, sounds good. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Look good, smell good, you know. I don't hear anything. What I miss in the chat? By Gordon. Gordon didn't work. I tried. Graphics are fire though for such an old game like Halo. Last 4 players remain in server. Last 4 players of what? Halo? Like which Halo? Good on PS. I agree. Golden Era, nothing like GTA San Andreas. Even Shovelware was good. Even Skyrim is getting old. Skyrim is over 10 years old now. Okay. Yeah, I concur. We are getting old. I don't get it. I'm gonna phone a friend real quick. Hey. Hey. Does a Samsung fridge have that capability? I don't know if it's a joke, but supposedly the Sam, I appreciate that. I'm honored. You want to buy a fridge to watch my stream? Thank you. Hey, Egoist, channel member. Yeah. Wow, thank you. You can spam some really cool emotes if you want. Dedication, like that is dedication. Samsung though, anything Samsung makes that isn't a phone is a piece of shit. I have friends who have a Samsung stove and he hates it. I'm trying to go to the. There you go, Egoist. Yeah. Supposedly you can play Skyrim on a Samsung refrigerator. I don't know how accurate that. There are people who put Skyrim on a pregnancy test. Like, I don't know how they did that. But that's pretty amazing. There you go. Bam and Egoist, welcome. There is a members-only video you can watch on my channel. Me opening Magic the Gathering cards, but with a really funny twist, so feel free to check it out. Kind of not as special anymore because Samsung, yeah, Samsung's one of the. Anybody here Korean or no Korea? Korea has the what chaebol? It's like 4 business conglomerates run the country. And I do agree, Pom Pom. I like the WWF game. Royal Rumble 2000 is one of my favorites. Me and my brothers used to like jokingly make the gayest like wrestlers possible. Get the male character model, but have them walk like the female character model, like catwalking down the aisle. Have I tried turning it off and back on? I don't think I can do that with PC because I'm streaming and that'll kill the stream. I don't know what else to do. This is really fucking me up. Good night. One eco done, and then everything went to shit. And I got a channel. I got money from Bob and a channel membership. Tonight is a productive damn night. I'll take that. But this is just fucking garbage. The whole idea of this stream, Pom Pom, is playing Final Fantasy XI. Thumbnail is for Final Fantasy XI. I want to play Final Fantasy XI. I'm trying to. I have a coordinated plan to connect with Nishi to do a certain quest. All right. Okay, I'm logging in. That's good. Yeah, Royal Rumble was a fucking great game. I like SmackDown. I borrowed my friend's copy of PS1 SmackDown. That was really. That is a giraffe pillow on my bed. I left the camera on, so I stuck it on stream. It's a giraffe. Here it is. It has a little phone holder on its neck. So if you're on an airplane, one of these, wear it. It's actually a really productive neck pillow. You can wear it and put your phone on your giraffe and just hang back. The giraffe. I have two of those pillows. My cousin in China, my wife's cousin, who I call my cousin now, he got them for us. They're phone holding neck pillow. Gordon, try it. Come on. Oh. Oh my god. Why? My hair is a... Alright, I'm contacting Hugin. I'm asking him directly, like, what the fuck is going on here? Are open type of stuff that corporate types throw under the surface. Yeah. Now I'm getting nervous. Hugin is typing, and it shows he's typing, and he's 15 seconds now. I'm like, oh boy. Oh boy. Like, I frame my whole stream on doing it. I don't like the big time, but I know people on Horizon. Not really. Oh boy. Tell you what, it won't be good if I get trouble kicked off Horizon for something. I am not fucking with this Horizon client. So this Horizon, it's a private server version of Final Fantasy. There's like a special code thing they have it attached to. Its own special launcher to run it. That thing was a pain in the dick to install. Yeah, I tried Gordon. None of my characters work. They're all getting the same message, which I don't understand. I don't want to mess with this. Either the file. I took a gamble enough doing the HD texture pack, but I don't want to risk anything else. Okay. We've been seeing an increase of network errors lately. Close completely into the game. Give it 5 minutes, try again. If it doesn't work, reboot your PC and try again. Last option remaining is GM ticket here. Pick this option. Fucking dog dick. You know, reboot or a different error. Are you running a third-party firewall that may have blocked the connection? No, Azure, because I play this game almost every night, and nothing changed. I'm not doing anything differently. Being a fucking... I think my connection laggered a little bit. I noticed my Discord. I got the error on Brave that was like, it's dead, Jim. Page can't load, whatever. I think something happened there. I think it might be that. Oh. Times 10. Oh. Try X. I think it might be a PC restart. What if I restart the PC? What happens? No, the chat GPT will. I don't think they'll know. They're just... Chat GPT will just look up like the Final Fantasy XI retail website and tell me the definition of this. That's unhelpful. Days ago. Get ping left, right, and center on Discord. Next movie night. A good boy. You're making me laugh there, egoist. Thinking about the movie Good Boy, we had somebody in the server whose nickname was... Briefly take you offline and running IP conversion. Alright, everyone. I'm gonna... If I reset... Anybody else here stream? If I reset my PC, will that kill the stream? That's the number one thing I'm... Wait. Oh, you know what? It might disconnect if I do it fast enough. Alright. One more time. Son of a bitch. Okay. Alright. Everyone. If the stream cuts out, check the channel, like, subscribe, notification bell. Check the live stream again and within the next like 10 minutes. Because the only thing I think of now is I need a computer. Close this. All right, I'm gonna restart my computer right now. Everyone, Anazir Buster, thanks. I don't think that's it. I think my connection puttered out briefly, or something weird happened. My web pages weren't loaded. I couldn't load Discord. I use Discord on the browser. There's no point in downloading the actual client. All right. All right, everyone. Sit tight. I'm gonna restart. Click the link to join the Discord if you want, and go from there. Okay. Be right back. Hopefully, stream crashes. Be on the lookout for a new stream. Okay. See y'all soon. Thank you. Hot diggity dog. It worked. That work? Holy dog shit. Yeah, OBS has an option, resume interrupted stream. So I learned something there. Watched Parasite. Not opened. It worked. Y'all see me. Oh, hold on, I gotta try Horizon. JR from W. JR from WWE. Oh my god. Son of a bitch, he did it. I told Hugin, I said, if this doesn't work, I'm gonna slap the shit out of Crab Dance. I don't know why, but somebody's gotta pay. And he said, good. Oh god. Uh Okay, so far so good. So far so good. Be careful there. There was a... We were reading the news a while back. Hold on, hold on. Fuck your mother, what the fuck? Dog dick. Some kid was doing like wrestling moves on his sister and killed her. Oh, careful there. Yeah, Ric Flair did go to North Korea as a wrestling promo. He tried getting him to read something that, like, I love North Korea more than America. Like, I'm not. I don't care what kind of shitty, violent, terrible, autocratic state you are. I'm not saying. Can't make me. Don't do that. I don't understand. Okay, restarted. Ugh. Like, all right, I'm gonna try something else. Get bumpy. All right, I tried one other thing. All right, that's a different error message. Like, what the fuck, face? Okay. Analytics look doing good. Um, I thought Rey Mysterio revealed his face already. Didn't Rey Mysterio kill somebody and go to jail? Something like that. I just can't get into. I've seen clips of current WWE, and it looks like complete shit. It looks fake. It looks like more staged than like a medieval times production. Medieval times being that place where you go and watch the knights fight. Like WWE looks. The wrestlers look like complete. They're all covered in tattoos. Look gross. They're not believable. Looks like crap. Like Vince McMahon was like really against his guys getting tattoos. If you watch old WWE early 2000s, a lot of guys did not have tattoos. Now everybody's got like full arm sleeve, full body tattoo. All the people watching live like a Zoom meeting, that would seem weird. Bob, you're not muted. Stop telling your dog what to do. He wants to hear it. Try to her. Yeah, like I just can't get into these overly tattooed. Gross. No offense to anybody with a tattoo, but if you watch old WWE, a lot of these guys weren't all tatted up and weird. Like, I think Dominic Mysterio, Rey Mysterio's son, wrestles now, and he just looks like white trash. Like this, like dirty, like mustache and a mullet, and covered in arm sleeve tattoos. Like shit. You got a tattoo. I'm not saying you. I'm saying like they're just covered, full body, full chest. I don't get it. I don't want to see that. Like I don't know. It just looks cheap and the risk of sounding like, hey, bad manners. What's happening, my yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's cool John Cena is still out there. I remember watching his first match ever against Kurt Angle. When John Cena first came out, like his very first match ever, He looked like when you go to like create a wrestler on like the wrestling video game, SmackDown Raw on PS1, PS2, and N64. Like the generic default character was just like generic white guy with like a shaved head or crew cut and like the tight, small orange like trunks, like tiny orange like gym shorts. That's what John Cena's very first appearance looked like, and that always stuck with me, like generic wrestler guy. Oh, you quote Gordon Ramsay donkey. All right, what's plugged in? Oh, wait, there's that. I look like a handsome Steve Buscemi. I haven't heard that one. No, that is one I've never heard. Steve Buscemi. I'm not sure I like that. He's got the most fucked up teeth ever. All the money he makes, he should fix his teeth. Not a high pitch as Steve. Nope, that's aha. Okay. Never saw Benson again. I'm here. Nobody panic. I'm here. Oh, I know what you meant. Bad manners. All right, I'm gonna try this dog shit client again. Our end goal is we want to play Final Fantasy 11. But this whack ass private server boot up thing kicked me out and won't let me back. Okay, so far so good. If Hugin was able to get somebody slash strangle somebody. All right, let's try Gordon. Try anything. Fuck. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, Egoist. Yeah. Pat it up on the Discord. Great to meet you. Thank you so much for becoming a champion. Thank you. Gotta make the people happy. Yeah, I hope I can play the game too. Feel bad. Egoist sounds like they want to play Final Fantasy 11, but I can't because I'm a fucking fool that can't log on to this whack ass. I feel like shooting zombies. Bob wants. Bob gave me money, so Bob gets his Call of Duty. BC&M Hilarious P. Does your mom need that? I feel so bad saying that. Your mom need that? Like it's a joke? I promise it's not. Who needs the dragon fight? Mom, your dad, your sister, brother? I'm just being...
For time
Mom
and
needs
the
it.
world do not stand still.
Guys here, JFK.
Change is the law
No
of
longer
life.
Benson. I am channeling the
Those who
spirit
look
of John
only
F.
to the
Kennedy.
past or the present
El Castro
certain
brought the
to
world
miss
to
the
war.
future.
I will not park my
said
car. That lot.
Power level critical. Major systems offline.
Will someone please find the power?
Ah, yes, I'm Castro.
First end the fight, but this will suffice.
Peralasa. Don't move. Let me shoot you.
Dios mío!
Who done it? Who done it? Who done it? Yeah, I'm just gonna wait a lot longer, Nishi, and I'll see. Alright, we're playing something else. Bob, you still out there? I'm zombie smashing. Where's the... Does anybody know where the how to turn the power back on?
Just like the one I keep under my bed. Let their cursed blood rain.
Alright, we're doing something else.
No escape for those who live like parasites. They fall as easily as Batista.
Ah, that's clever.
Give a hand, would you?
Oh no, I didn't get my fish juice.
Touch me again and I will kill you again. Coño!
Oh.
Keep your putrid fingers off my uniform, you filthy flesh eater! Yeah!
Yes, people are still playing Call of Duty Black Ops Zombies. Me because I'm a video game console Luddite. I'm on Xbox 360. Oh no, that other barrier's not.
If it takes months, every one of these hell spawns will burn!
Oh.
Considérese castigado. I will fight.
Ah. Damn it.
Gracias, hermano.
That sounds so bad. Only one left. Game gave me the shakes. Leave one zombie roaming.
I am a better comrade for this.
Alright, all my barriers are oh wait. Okay. Okay. Huh.
Beautiful devastation. Oh yeah. Now is the time to resupply.
Pretty good.
I am a one-man battalion of invincible combatants! No! The revolution will not end like this!
Level 2, War Room.
Oh,
The revolution commends your heroism.
turn on the power. Oh, 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 oh.
Come to me!
Ah, damn it.
Revolution dies without Fidel Castro!
All right, trying Horizon again.
Power level critical.
Error code. I think it's just. Not working. Not computing. Okay, making sure the mic is still working. What's going on here? All right, I'm trying this piece again. Way to ruin a good time. Really. It was like 2 hours. Wait. Probably not. Dog dick. Really. Seriously. Unreal. Unfucking real. How's everybody doing? Playing what I like to call a war crime simulator. Grand Theft Auto. I saw a funny comment on an article about India, where India, and it's a really good progressive thing for them to do. India passed a law where women on their menstrual cycle during the menstrual cycle, they can get like 3 days off without being. And somebody commented, "Wow, India is getting basic human rights before GT 6 comes." That is so. Can't use phone storage. Jacked up. In Franklin's room. Corkers. Outfit. I have a car, right? Here's the broom. Shovel. Pinwheel. Brick. Hey, who wants to see me get a concussion?
Is that steaming pile of shit a present for not training you?
Hey, watch. Who wants to see me get a concussion? Try that again. Just run. I didn't know this. You could run straight into a wall in GTA. Who wants to see me get a concussion? Oh, wait, that doesn't work either. Making me look stupid. Will ask me, hey Benson, what's Horizon like? It's like this. That's what playing Horizon is like. Benson, what's having wife and kids like? Solid wall. It was Giovanni George, everybody calls me. Who wants to do parkour at my mom's house? Parkour. Parkour. Who wants to do parkour at my mom's house? I don't know why this is funny. Looking at. Super Mario was in the hood, it would be the... Mom, home. That is punched out the neighbor. Get in my car. Definitely not stolen. I'll just honk at these.
Oh shit! You gotta watch out, fool!
I just watched me run like 3 people over and he's chasing after me. About to go 1776 on your house. Where is it? There it is. Conjure do a duel. Bang. The right to bear arms shall not be infringed. Imagine the police blotter, the police scanner on this call game. Some guy in the hood with a 1775 musket taking people out. Right, I am. I'm gonna get away. And I run so far away. Wait, what if I go back to my house and get my own garage? Does that take the stars off me? My house. Oh. Snap. Oh no. Oh no. Shh.
All that shit? Chop, what you been eating? I gotta get a regimen for your ass. Alright, Chop. There's no way out!
Listen here. Oh, this game is so funny. Oh, I'm getting more tired than I thought. Really bummed out though, even though I'm laughing and having a good time. I really want to play Final Fantasy 11 and see if I can do 3 co-warriors in one night. I did 1. That's what I did. Thanks. Dank ass game client. Oh, God. Middle finger allowed on YouTube. Let's pause it. Try it again. I don't know why I'm doing it. I'm almost ready to move on and do something else. Feel bad I left Nishi and her mom hanging. Give me somebody. Anybody. Bag him. Got out of the hospital. What am I gonna do next? Ooh. Fucking Dad, you hear me? Dad. My. Where'd he go?
Can you spare any money?
Wrong with this city? There's no parking cars in the parking garage. Economy here, terrible. There's this guy tucking and rolling a musket. What's going on here? This is a crack deal? What did I tell you, horse? Oh, yeah, I was picking up a hooker. No solicitation means no solicitation. Honey, where'd the whores go? Go. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm just stopping prostitute. There they are. Hooker's not allowed in my watch bag. Like an old-timey, like... Damn, that who was fast. Come back here. Come back here and face my justice, you an honorable woman. One down. What? I'm just doing God's work. Is that her? Bang. That was some guy. Oops. Hold on. We don't want to make sure he's dead. Zombies are very real, you know. I have grenades. I thought I had grenades. I did the unlimited ammo and unlimited weapons beat one time, and I have all these. Tommy gun. Can't eat. Packets. Eat. Oh. Pop-off. What? I just can't shoot whores? I'm a taxpayer. I'm allowed to do these things. Oh no, that's bad. Taxpayer, my car is stuck. Oh no. Shit. Run away! What are you doing? Franklin, what are you doing? Franklin can't dodge. Up we go. Joke's on you. Take that, NPC. The helicopter down. Say hello to my little friend. Oh no. Joke's on you. I'm impervious to pain. What? I'm just shooting hookers. Doing the honorable thing. Really? That's all it takes to avoid the police? Just fall off a bridge? Bullets are in the sponge. Oh, got him. Shoot down the helicopter? Man. Ah, damn it. Nobody's pulling stuff. Nobody's pulling stuff. Don't, Rusty. Just don't bring your job personal stuff into ever again. Unfortunate you can't find anything, but not everything's a conspiracy. Not everybody's against you. Nobody's pulling anything. Everywhere you apply isn't going to be laden and loaded with people from the county you live. You're overthinking. I have nothing to say. Go for you, but I've recommended 1,000,001 things you can do. You can help yourself. Don't do them. For over 20 years now. I don't know. Nobody's pulling anything. Go to a job. Apply for some place that's 30 miles away. No underlings in that place are pulling stuff to get you not hired. That's not happening. Nobody's pulling things. Promise.
What you whacking into me for?
You gonna talk that way to somebody holding a... Fight me?
I don't care.
How many people can I knife with a beer bottle? Elder abuse. Tattoo abuse. Guys, go. What is going on? Hey. Honk. Yeah. Curve stomp. I hate people that wear white shit. Oh, hold on, wait. Most of the paper. That's a running past me. Wearing blue. Don't wear blue after Labor Day. I'm back here. I'm back here. And I run. Felt like running. And I can't let this guy get away. Bang. Okay. Done. Job is done. Shooting at me. It. Time for 1783 on their ass. Bang. Bang. 3 stars. Oh, man. Honestly, there's no such thing. You're in your own head. Nobody's... No, just... I'm not answering any further. Nobody's doing anything. It's not called getting their own connected people. People that are networked. It's not. It's a stupid term. I don't like it. It's like, yo, you need a network. And network is just calling people. You know, hey, do you work here? Can you help get me a job? That's all networking really is. Bad for you.
Oh, you're gonna be sorry.
Paramedic. Ops saw me get my ass kicked. Nobody pulled anything, Rusty. Promise. You might know somebody that works there. The jobs you're applying to have a lot of that. They're kind of, no offense. I'll help. Gangbangers. Gotcha. Yeah, I was helping the police. A good guy. Yeah, nobody's conspiring against you. Not everything and everyone's in a good... You need to get some more formal job training. Get an associate's degree, get a certificate, and like an administrative assistance certificate, paralegal certificate. Get like even one of those ITT tech, IT cybersecurity certificates. Ominous. You don't have fun miring in mediocrity and conspiracies. At the end of the day, every job, Rusty, they're all people at the end of the day, and wherever there's people is going to be immaturity and pettiness, tribalism, clans, and groups. That's it. It's going to happen anywhere. In like, you know, the field I'm in, my world, it happens everywhere. Deal with it, move on. Again, I'm not saying anything further on this matter after this statement. Not everything's a conspiracy trying to fuck you. Gotta get out of your head, side, fly. You don't get it, move on to the next thing. Statements about your quandary.
Oh shit! Bitch! Bitch!
I'm in a station wagon. Ow. Murdered somebody and the stars didn't even go up? Shotgun? Is that a shotgun? Police can't catch me. I blend into this urban environment. Up. You're being chased by the police, just run and hide. Hide on top of McDonald's. Come on. Ghetto Commando. That's me. One way to open the fence. Rusty, don't say anything else about your job situation. I'm going to delete it. Leave it there. This isn't the place for it. I told you that a few times. I can't help you. We can't help you. Just separate me, your friend that you know on a personal level for a very long time. You can't just take all this stuff. Whatever you see me, just... The venue for it. I can't help you. Raining.
Hey, let's do this, motherfucker.
Boomstick. Oh, my house is over here.
Another turd
Dog
shot?
with you?
Oh, I gotta school your ass.
A dog? Can I old yeller him? Bang. How do I use him? The dog. Dog with you. Step in dog shit? Happens.
Hey, you don't see me driving here?
Yeah, really. Out of the way. I'm driving on the wrong side of the road. Damn it. Gas to. Wait. How'd that work? Do with the can. Oh no. And what happens if you... Okay. Oh no. Does that work in real life? Nobody go out and try it, please. Oh man. That was funny. Oh jeez. What happened? Where do you think you are, Horizon? Not loading on me? Oh, let's try this piece. Okay, so far so good. Said that 20 times so far. Let's do that. I can't get. I know I can't. Alright. I've always wanted to play GTA with Final Fantasy XI music. Oh, the gas can. You know, like... Guy's like, no big deal, he's just pouring gas. How do you use the gas in GTA? Oh, it works. Yeah. That. Blow up a car. Blow something up. Come kill dragon. Alright, give me a minute, Nisha. Why is everybody crashed? Oh, I'm gonna blow up these cars. I wanna... Hold on. I'm playing War Crime Simulator. Yeah, I can help you. Where is the dragon fight? Which BC? Cars blow up. That's so disappointing. These cars don't blow up. Oh! Oh, no way. Polaris Peak. That's Gelsba Outpost, right? Alright, I'll be right over. Oh, it's so funny. Yeah, I'm playing a 360 right now, Dunk. Sure. Alright. Oh man, that's too fun. Oh no, wait. When I logged out here is when I pooped. Alright, I'm gonna jump over to Wu Yi. Nishi. Give me 10 minutes. Let me jump on to Wu Yi and you can invite me. You guys have a party? How many people do you have? Well, I'm worried about GTA physics, not exact science. Actually, gas works. No offense. All right. Got 2 people, so all right. I'm on Wii. Send me an invite. I'll let you leave. I'll just show up. We'll get more people. Talk to my link shell. A hilarious peak.
Incoming party invite.
Got a potty. Alright. Why did I come here? Well, doesn't wet gasoline not work though? Like, you just pour it right out of the can, like onto something wet. That gasoline has to dry. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to get accused. That was lost so much. Alright. You need people, hilarious. The hilarious. 4 layers. Okay. I'm trying to recruit people. Neat. Oh, it's so annoying. My daughter likes it, but you can't figure out how to do it yet. I have that face coordination yet.
Incoming
Looks at me and just goes. A lot of people on where, Rusty? On Fantasy 11 or on stream?
Incoming tower.
By
Incoming tower.
oh, there's always been a lot of people online. It was just me. I was having connection issues. Don't know why. Some kind of error and I got stuck. Guy named Young Pimp. Let's just get one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a guy in here named Epstein Files. That one was pretty fun. Sour. No. There's Epstein Files. Young Pimp is pretty funny. Your mom has not seen the files yet. My plan is to get one of my jobs, warrior or summoner, to 65, then just start spending hap points on those scrolls and just dump that into 75. Just a mundane NPC gap. Like, any Galka can look like that. What happens on Horizon if you break the record? I think my own character of Gordon Ramsay is pretty funny. I'm like 2 hours now. Wow. So it's been more than 2 hours since I did the first Eco Warrior. And he still has, I can use Astral Flow again. That is cool. Talking in the party chat. Said, we have 3 people with pet jobs, it'll be fine. I said, I'm basically a human pet. I'm married with a woman, married to a woman, married to a woman with a human child. I'm basically the pet of this. Not really. Probably made everybody feel really awkward. Nobody knows what to say. What else we got? Ishi, does your mom see my stream? I feel so bad saying that. Oh, and your mom.
Incoming alert. You've been examined.
Oh, God. Get where you got grog. Stone chucker. Sounds like a race. Riding lizard? I mean the orcs ride these lizards. You're cool. Just stay at the burning circle. It's all good. Bob, you still out there? Thanks again for the money, Bob. Bob. You're there, Bob. Somebody check my channel. Let me know how many views got posted tonight. It's just a cap cut green screen edit over a funny news article, like a thing that actually happened. Thinking of pivoting away from daily magic shorts, just funny, just commentary on current events and really just aim to be a general red pill normal person. Not that being a gamer or a magic player. Less neat. I can't keep up with it, and I don't want to with it. Not with magic. Any weirdos? Oh. Ooh, tapestry. $39 people watching concurrently. How's everybody doing? 39 people here. Let's all hit that like button. Smash that like button. Or Rusty's sister is gonna come find you and yell at you. Mining point. Don't you dare wish that on anyone. I remember I told your sister she looked like Snooki. I was talking to you on the phone, then you... You had to get going, Rusty. Don't hang around. If you're tired, you gotta get moving. Alright, where am I? Where's the burning circle? Where's the hemorrhoids? Where do I go? It don't remember. That it up there? That YouTube finance guy, Caleb Hammer, he reviewed the finances of a furry. And I think like he had his costume, furry costume, worth like $75,000. $500. Odd, what is it? I knew that. I was testing you. That furry kid had like a bowl of kibble in front of him. It was like a dog food. Maybe like a human did it, but it... I don't know why I'm trying to rationalize furryism, but treasure chest. Oh man, I want to pop that chest, but... Got keys on you, right? Well, I got the key. What the fuck? You serious? Let's shame this guy into popping this chest. Thank you, Daddy. Oh, Daddy. Beating the pot. Yeah. Oh, trash. That was trash. I meant to say I'm sorry, not I'm sleepy. $500. Since his name is Pimp, I'll just call him Daddy. Time he's in the party. Wait, I thought this was the burning circle. Easy. Oh, hands. Oh, man. Still salty about it.
You are being talked about.
What? Oh, this is it. It is raining like crazy out. Raining by you, Rusty? Hey, back. Nice helmet. Oh, your mom got the goblin suit? That's fun. What's your excuse? Your mom got the goblin suit, but you don't? Rip, mama. Raining leaves. Oh, this things are so. I skipped the cutscene. 2 minutes. Why does this NPC wear thief artifact? This shitty excuse for a dragon. Pointed up dog. Get out, Ifrit's big red ass. Go get it. Different. Did I release Ifrit? That wasn't actually my Ifrit. That up? Oh, I just released it. I'm a clown. I wouldn't know my own fucking macros. So I summoned Ifrit. I went to go do Assault, and I ended up releasing it. Summoned Ifrit again. Thinking, okay, I'm Assault. I released it. So I just stood there. gonna get weird. I'm gonna take a bath with me. He actually followed me. That's funny. Hold me, daddy.
Your skill has increased.
Bob's your uncle. We did it. Oh, guy, look at the Geico caveman. I didn't see that guy. I can't believe those people that go on Caleb Hammer are real. Like, are they influencers or something? Or are they just randos who think that they're gonna get famous? What is their plan? Or is it like the deal, like they know they're getting free, really financial advice, but they have to be on. Like, what's the draw? Did you see that one Spanish couple? It turns out they're actually undocumented immigrants, and allegedly they got deported because they're talking about all their home loans, their car loans, and they're dreamers. They're not legal, so that means they would have to have a social security number to get it, and the social security numbers they got apparently are fraud. They're using stolen social security numbers to buy their cars, their houses. Pass again. Training lead. How's it going, Tonka? Tonka, did you look up that stuff I told you about, the Bush-Cheney era? Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney, War on Terror. We were talking about that, and you didn't. Dick Cheney wasn't. Crazy time. Hired boss. Alright. Nishi, I'm gonna excuse me. I'm gonna cough up a lung. Jump over to Shout Tutsu and see if we can start that eke. So the Horizon mod got back to me. They had to clear my logs, whatever that means. I was stuck. Sort of stuck. Soft stuck. I don't know. No, I gotta run all the way to Bast. Alright. I'll be right back. Gotta hit the head. Great night, though. Got Super Chat. I got a new channel member. And a ton of views. Chatted it up. Help somebody get their... Help Nishi's mama get done 2-3. I got hat point. And it happened. Hard part is going to be Gordon. Getting Gordon to Bastok. Not dying on the way to Bastok. Getting...
Incoming party invite.
Party. Okay. I'll be right back. Oh, my headphone cable is... ripped on it, going to the back. Still up. Alright. Break. Ankle. Okay. Nothing can aggro me. Okay. Nothing can hurt me, right? Oh, wait a minute. Highwind? How did I do Highwind? Have you closed the game? Okay. Yeah. Running into a fucking... Yeah, I don't know why you would go on Caleb Hammer and admit that you're a financial... Rampant consumerism can kill us as a... I'm not being cute or hyperbolous. Rampant consumerism can be. Did I do Highwind last night? I did. Right? Yeah, because I have 3K on this guy. Right, I don't have... Nishi, pass me the lead, if you don't mind. I'll, start recruiting people. Nine likes. Let's get one more like, get me to 10 likes, people. 38 concurrent viewers. I wonder what the lag is on. If I had like 3 people pass me and hang out. They left 5 minutes ago. What's the lag? Yeah, I refreshed and it's 38. I generally don't know how crypto works. And that's one of the problems I find with it. Nobody can explain what crypto is, how it works, how it's created, why it's worth something in less than like a paragraph and a half. If you can't explain to me what paragraph is, excuse me, if you can't explain to me what crypto is in a paragraph, it's not real, it's not viable. There's a financial guy named Mark Cohades I listened to. He talked to CoffeeZilla about the SBF. Mark Cohades knew that SBF was a fraud right from the get-go. And his whole thing about crypto, he's like, listen, I've been in this world a long time. Like, if I can't explain to somebody, I can't explain to an 8th grader in a paragraph then it's not real, it's not vibe. And you notice all these crypto things, all these big names and companies, they all go under and get arrested and get good. There's nothing good happening. I did. NFT, the whole Bored Ape thing. So stupid. NFT, from my understanding, is you just own the rights to it. And you buy an NFT, you own the rights to it. Bored Ape pictures. Why do I need to own the rights to it if I can take a screenshot off Twitter and keep it forever myself? It's such a scam. Anybody in the chat can explain crypto, NFT, anything? Pretty funny, Russell. It gets dumber and dumber. They can't explain it. And it's like, and bro, but it's like this thing on the internet to the cloud, bro. Then bro, out of idea. Disband. Okay, that was short. How'd you do that? What? Oh. Yeah, what's her mom's name? Even though I can look it up in the log, I'm just trying to run here in one piece. Yeah, it's all good, Nishi. I got it. Fucking. Did I miss the entrance? Oh, I'm not even there yet. Alright, I gotta be a little more careful since she's a hardcore character. But Eco Bastok is... Yeah, so if somebody can explain to us what crypto and blockchain is, coherent, intelligible way, that would be appreciated. Yeah. Yeah, Marco Hodes is a renowned short seller. He's been exposing financial frauds for years. He was on SBF before he collapsed.
Some of my favorite people because I think he's a complete fake. And then I started
Here it is.
looking at the LinkedIn of all his employees.
Give this a listen.
Mark, welcome to the show. Thanks for having me. This is good. Something I've wanted to do for a while. So
I don't know if this
we
is the
sure have
same
plenty to
interview,
talk
but there's an
about.
interview where Mark
Tell our
said
listeners where we
SBF
find
looks
you
like the
today.
inside of a
I'm
gym.
in Manhattan, Montana, so I'm about 20 miles west of Bozeman.
SBF,
You
like,
guys got some snow up
if
there
you ever
yet?
saw him
What's the
around, he
vibe
always
like?
looked like complete.
There's snow here, and it's cold, but it's warming up. We'll get to maybe freezing tomorrow, but it's lovely.
Is this home for you now? I know you were in Cali at one point, North Carolina at one point. What's main home base?
I go back and forth, but I'm a Montana resident. My son lives in California, so when it gets too cold and dark here, I go see him or go out and about. But Montana's lovely. It's peaceful. Have some pals here, so all's good.
We spent some time in Livingston when we were hiding from the pandemic and world-class fishing.
Wait,
and
my mic cut
awesome
out? My mic
country
didn't cut out.
there. Mark, we're going to talk about all things.
He said they look like the
fraud,
inside of a gym
evil
shoe.
doings, and things that would just make listeners blush. I've been a long time follower
Can you
of
hear
your
it?
work. We've had a handful of short sellers on the podcast over the years. Some of my favorite people in the world are short sellers. There's less of them today than there was maybe 10 years ago. I feel like the short seller during the 2010s became more and more extinct as the crazy times, carried on. But so I've been wanting to have you on for a while, and then finally got a good excuse recently because you have been early and often on a number of frauds, but one in particular that has recently come to light, which you described as, I think, Sam Bankman-Fried will make Bernie Madoff look like Jesus Christ. So give us a little rewind. Give us the origin story of this idea. I would love to kind of walk through, and then we can kind of dig into all things FTX as our first chat.
Well, I think I was conservative with the Bernie Madoff quote, actually, as time goes on. So it's kind of funny. So I'm involved in something called T0, which is a sort of an offshoot of Overstock. And they have I'm a big believer in time and digital securities and tokenization. I think everything is going to get digital. I think everything can be tokenized, from sports players to assets to art to music libraries to companies to private investments. And all tokenization is, for anyone out there, is you basically sell a partial stake or a partial piece of the action, whether it's a future stream of an individual's earnings or an
The one I'm
asset,
looking.
what an artist or art could be worth, things like that trade. And T0 has this exchange. So about a year and change ago, I recruited for T0 their new CEO. I mean, he was the CEO as of February, who was a 30-year industry guy from ICE, which runs the New York Stock Exchange. And ICE made a 20% investment in T0. And because I think this is great. But at the time, they had all sorts of funky competitors who were willing to spend all sorts of money to compete against them or in the space, and one of which was this FTX. I think little things are important. I don't focus on the shiny object. I focus on little things that don't make sense. And the more things I find that don't make sense, the more intrigued I get, because I'm sort of a detail person. And when you're a criminal or you're a fraud, you sort of forget the little things. You're so wound up in your fraud that you have to worry about the big picture. You slip and fall. So I've sort of been watching this SBF character since really about a year ago. And I really sort of listened carefully to what he was saying. And every time he talked,
Okay, that worked.
he made absolutely no sense. One of his interviews made less sense than the next. And when asked to describe whether it's his trade or how he made his money or how he does things, I've said it a few times, he talks like he's driving in a figure eight. Nothing makes sense. He can put 3 or 4 words together that make sense and everything falls apart. So I said, this guy's intriguing because I think he's a complete fake. And then I started looking at the LinkedIn of all his employees here and abroad, and they're nothing more than glorified interns of, you wouldn't hire any of these guys. Then I started looking and trying to figure out who actually could run this exchange, because running exchanges this is complex stuff. So I go to the T0 guys and say, what's everyone saying about this Sam Bankman-Fried? And the main guy Goon said, most people think this guy's just completely full of shit, but he's throwing money all over the place and he's dangerous. I said, I started thinking, and I said, in all my big trades, where I've done really well, and even the trades where I've done horrible, and there's plenty of those, I always remember everything. I remember every detail. I remember where I was, who I was talking to. I remember key players. I remember where I put it on. I remember events at the time. I remember every single detail of everything. So, Learn Out and Houseby, which is, where some people know me from, at the time was the biggest fraud in Europe. To this day, I can tell you exactly who I was talking to when, and that was 23 years ago.
When you mentioned that, I mean, we can't skip over that, because that's up there that's like on the hedge fund Mount Rushmore Hall of Fame of frauds and trades. Can you give the listeners just a very quick description for the younger crowd who may not recognize that name? What was the business, and what was the short selling opportunity with that one?
Well, anyone can also Google me, because there's some great stories about me and some of these crazy ass things over time. And there's a couple Harvard Business School cases, but this Learnout almost put me in the grave. It's spelled Lernout and Hauspie. So there are two guys.
Shut up and
Yo
listen, Rusty, and absorb it.
Houseby. So I don't know. This is
I don't
back
mean to be
when
rude,
my
but
son
just
was young. He was born in
relax,
87.
listen.
So this is about 98.
Take it all in. This is a fine wine of
with
an
cerebral palsy.
He's
he
wine.
doesn't walk, but he's very smart, talks fine.
This interview
Went to regular
is
school.
a nice brandy.
He's
and you
great.
slowly
He's
sip and
35
enjoy.
now. So at the time, I was looking for speech software for him. At the time, speech software was very starting out. And the hottest thing allegedly on the market was this Learn Out and Houseby speech software. So I went and did some research on it and figured out very quickly it didn't work. The stuff that worked was Dragon. The Learn Out stuff didn't work. And the stock sold at a big price, and Microsoft was their largest investor at the time. And I started looking at the numbers. The numbers made no sense. They had a lot of inter-party dealings. They were basically selling stuff to themselves. So it was also touted by Cowen and the analyst. I always say, I bet the jockey, not the horse. The analyst was always pushing fraud. So I had great intrigue in the stock. So when I started kicking around how this stuff doesn't work, I then called their competitor, Dragon. And the time the CEO was a guy named John Shigari. And I said, this Learnout stuff doesn't work. And he said, we don't know how they're getting their numbers. We don't know how they're doing anything. We don't see them anywhere. No one's buying them. So, sort of to make a long story short, they announced huge projects in Korea, which I checked were fake. They announced they would be on the Palm, which for all those who are probably under 35 was the predecessor to the Apple iPhone. I mean, it was just a huge hype thing. And we're short this thing at 35. I think they took the stock to about 110. I had a radio show at the time called Facts from the Other Side of the Tracks. I was outlining this Learnout story. I mean, this is when internet was dial-up, folks. I mean, this is before things were really jumping. And we were just getting absolutely fucking destroyed in this thing. And I knew I was right. And, it becomes risk management, if you will. And we were covering on the way up so we wouldn't be put out of business. But, I mean, this stock was up 4 times on me, which taught me the Jaguar out of the tree axiom, which we'll get into shortly. So after one of the shows, and I'm writing letters to the SEC, talking, I'm doing everything I humanly can on this thing. And it's killing me. I get a call from a guy, Michael Faraday. Again, this is 25 years ago, and I'll still remember the guy's name. And he calls me up and he says, "You're dead right on Learnout." I said, "Well, it's nice of you to say so, but what gives you such confidence?" He says, "I'm the former head of domestic sales there, and everything is completely made up." I said, really? And he said,
Where we
yeah.
are
And I
now.
said, well, would you only be talk to the SEC?
Where we're
He
headed
said,
with
totally.
AI.
So I called up the guy who was working on this at the SEC, Rich Sauer, who I ended up hiring years later. And I said, I found a live one for you. He used to work there. He says the whole thing's fake. He says, would he talk to us? I said, yeah. He says he'll talk to us. So I let it go. Next morning, Faraday calls me and said, what did you do to me? I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, I was just served a subpoena by 2 U.S. Marshals yesterday on this Learn Out House. Then I knew we were sort of cooking. One thing led to another. We're working with the Journal. At the time, Mark Marymount was the motherfucker, what's in charge, the best guy going, and a young Jesse Eisinger. And the guy who was the bureau chief in Belgium was John Carreyrou, who did the thing on Elizabeth Holmes and Theranos. But he was a young guy back then. So one story led to another. Turned out that every single thing at Learn Out was completely made up. Everything was made up, from Korea to the U.S. to guys then got arrested, then they went bankrupt, and it was a mess. I mean, the stock went basically 35 to 120 to zero. I mean, it went to zero. It was worthless. But the thing almost put me in the grave. And at the time, and this is back when $1 billion was a lot of money. This thing was capped at $12 billion. It was the largest fraud in Europe. And there was a lot written about it, and there was a lot of exploits, but fuck, it was hard. I mean, I look back at it now, I'm just wondering why I still do it, but I'm kind of like a moth to a flame, or like why race car drivers do what they do. So I have a nose for this shit. And it's the small stuff that you figure out, where if a product they're hyping just doesn't flat out work, and start digging in. But it takes a lot, because there's a lot of money being pushed around to try to get things and to perpetrate these deals. And people do not want you showing up to break up their party. They do not want you involved at all.
It's funny. We've gotten into a lot of arguments on Twitter over the years. In my role is usually defending short sellers. And I was like, look, short sellers are a national treasure. If you think the longs or the government or other people are going to ever uncover fraud, like, you're out of your mind. And so people are always saying short selling should be banned or whatever. And I say, look, I know a lot of short sellers, and particularly the older ones usually go into two camps. They're like, this is too much work. I can't deal with this anymore.
Left.
Or they're driven often by purpose, and it feels like you're sort of in that camp. There's a great quote from the first Avengers where they were talking to Bruce Banner, and Black Widow says, I need you to be angry. He says, that's my secret power. I said, I'm always angry. And so there's a certain purpose of uncovering, people that are doing something, unfair, illegal. We've talked a lot about it in the investing world. So anyway, we often get into it with people on Twitter. But if you think that, like, the journalists or even the institutional investors will uncover these, like, they won't. Like, often it's the people who are doing the real deep dives, and it's in many cases it's a thankless task, because you're hated. The companies hate you, and in many cases you've experienced this more than anyone. They come after you, but it's a good feeling in the end when you get it right, for sure.
I mean, I know what it's like, or I think I have a really good handle what it's like if you're Reggie Jackson, and wherever you go, they boo the living shit out of you, and then you hit a 3-run home run to win the game, and you are what you are. I mean, I am what I am. I mean, I've uncovered more of this stuff than everyone put together times 3, everyone who's out there. And the shorts I can't stand are these smash and grab guys who come with a story, and the stock goes down, they cover it, never to be hear from it again. I mean, I go at these things to the end. I mean, I start the game, I plan on finishing the game. I don't need a reliever in the 2nd, 3rd, or 7th inning. I mean, I think I go the mile, and I'm 62, and I'm more active or vibrant or uncover more than guys half my age, times 5. So I mean, I take pride in my work. I take pride in what I do. I don't make shit up. I mean, I've been sued, I've been threatened, I've been investigated. I mean, it's just all over the place. But at the end of the day, I got plenty of money. So it's not really for the money. It's more, as you would say, for purpose. And, when they put me in the ground and people are there, I mean, I think I've moved
heavy
the needle.
arms.
I think I've made, the world better. I think I made people's lives better. I've put a lot of really horrible people out of business and in prison. So there is huge, purpose to giving it back. Some people want to work at church. I'd rather expose
MR.
guys and help out the small guy who gets fucked by these people. And I must have, 700-800 DMs now from people who got out of FTX on my thing
I forget.
after watching Hedge
Young
Eye.
Wally.
There's been 5 million views of that Hedge Eye thing now, but it's a shame people didn't see it, 5 million times before the thing happened. But, I don't have a fund. I don't have a business. I'm not trying to sell anyone anything. I don't have a financial PR firm. It's just me. So, some stuff gets traction, some stuff doesn't, but, I have my Twitter and that's kind of it.
I remember following in real time with you a lot of the travails of the memetics. Is that how you're saying it?
Yeah.
That one, which we don't have to get into. We'll post the show note, listeners, or otherwise this is going to be a 5-hour podcast. But that story alone, like, it used to cause me sweaty palms just reading parts of that story where it seemed
my medics and I are still going. For those who don't know it, you can Google me, FBI paid me a visit, CEO of my medics, who's a crook, who ended up going to prison on my work, bribed a senator got the FBI to visit. The FBI wouldn't turn over documents, had to sue the DOJ and FBI in federal court on a FOIA. Yep. Since, the not funny part of the story is the FBI said there were 4 pages on me, and they'll give them to me in they said between 4 months and 4 years when we did the FOIA request. So 4 pages. So my lawyer says that's bullshit. So we sued him for it. And after we sued him, the FBI came back and said, we made a mistake. There's not 4 pages. There's 1,168. So
Jeez.
the FBI has 1,168 pages on me. So I now have those. And
it's going to be fun when you live tweet them all over your rum punch recipe. There's
going to be some hell to pay at some point in time, but my lawyers are working on some stuff, so that'll be interesting. So but doesn't stop. Just doesn't stop.
So you were talking, so you're funny because you're like, I remember all these events from years ago. I have like the opposite brain. I go to bed at night. It's like the computer unplugging and like rebooting every day. It's like you asked me what I had for lunch yesterday. I'm like, I don't know, man. But the SBX, so you saw something, you heard about this guy. You're like, all right, something about what he's talking about doesn't compute. And then, the thing about the whole short selling world, it's like a forensic, not just accounting investigation where just like you start peeling onions or there's just layers. What was sort of like the next clue or the next hint that you came across that something is amiss?
So his story didn't make sense. And his story about how he made his money in Korea didn't make sense. Just made no sense because the people who I know that crypto. And again, I've never traded a stick of crypto. I've never been long a dime. I've never been short a dime. I just don't touch this stuff. But the people who knew that trade, that Korean arbitrage, said it's very difficult. You need like money deposited locally. You need to bring cash to the exchange to do this trade. And this is some 20-year-old guy with Asperger's or on the spectrum or God knows what's wrong with him. It's not easy to raise money. It's not easy to raise money if you're legit. Not easy to raise money if you're a track record. You look like this guy. To me, it would be impossible. So he had no mentor. He didn't say that Warren Buffett gave him the money or George Soros gave him the money.
Yeah, this part right here. He came out of nowhere.
There was no specifics, no mentor, no anything behind this. And when you make no sense and you can't explain a trade and you can't explain where you got your money and you have no exchange thing, I'm starting to think that this whole thing is entirely made up.
No one said you are. Take it easy.
I can't grasp anything that's true. Normally, you can find 7 things that are true. Yeah, the guy's a PhD. Yeah, he did graduate where he said. Yeah, there is some science behind it. Yeah, the thing works in some aspects. Normally it's a shade of gray. But this is getting very black and white. And then you start seeing anecdotes out there where he's, these fraudulent crypto guys, whether it's Celsius or Voyager or Scaramucci and his failed firm, he's putting real money in these things, in front of the bankruptcy wall, not behind it. It's not like he's buying these things at 3 cents on the dollar. He's buying them, front end and getting wiped out, as these things go bankrupt. So you say, not only that, the guy is like stupid. Then he has a partner named Gary Wang. And Gary Wang, if you go try to look into him, all you can find is maybe one picture, and the picture with him at Sequoia with his back where he's facing a computer. And you can't find anything on this guy. And then I found something that indicates to me he's a CCP party member. Same thing with his chief operating officer. So I'm starting to get everything where it lines up. And again, interest rates are higher. Crypto volume is significantly lower. Crypto has crashed. And this guy claims he's doing outstandingly well.
The weird part about that too is like the first law of investing is when you have an arbitrage situation, A, when you publicize them, but B, they go away, right? Like particularly like when they use like the finance textbooks 101 description of arbitrage was like gold trades in New York at 1,000, in London at 1,200, and it's an arbitrage. We're like, okay, well that makes sense, but then everyone does it and it goes away. So like eventually, maybe in the early days, you might have even had something, but
it just, none of it made sense. And then on top of that, finally, the chief regulatory officer, I mean, I know I don't play poker at all, but I know some professional poker players, real guys. One of them calls me up and says, by the way, the chief regulatory officer at FTX, a guy named Dan Friedberg, was the subject of this poker cheating scandal a few years back at Ultimate Bets. So I looked into it, and this guy Friedberg is a complete criminal. I mean, the New York Post over the weekend wrote about him, and they quoted me saying I was raising hell about Dan Friedberg, and everyone just blew it off. But this Dan Friedberg is a poker crook, and so I said, and I publicized it enough on Twitter, back in May, June, July. What kind of company, legitimate company, would have a crook as your chief regulatory officer? And it wasn't on his LinkedIn, and he scrubbed his CV. And it's kind of like, someone worked for me and they covered up their resume with something bad. I mean, they'd be fired in a minute, or you'd give them 2 minutes to explain why they did it. Then you'd fire them on the third minute. So you take everything, and then you add Friedberg, who's the chief regulatory officer, who's a crook, that's still there, where they made claims where they were FDIC insured, where in fact they weren't. And the FDIC writes them a letter. You put it all together, you have something that's really bad. So I package all this up.
The crazy part about the Freeburg situation is,
okay,
there's a phrase when looking at companies like success leaves traces. You look at good CEOs, good managers, people follow those. But the converse corollary is true. Like if you look at particularly these pump and dump frauds or these like penny stocks where you have these CEOs that you see ones that like half the time they're in Salt Lake City or Vancouver, right? But you see them continually to perpetuate. And if you're an honest company, there is, I don't know, 10,000 lawyers or chief regulatory officers you could hire that do not have a shady background. And if you're a company that is supposed to be, particularly growing and making a ton of money, you can afford to hire the top law firms in the country. Like you don't have to hire the one that helped a cheating scandal. Like what?
That's just it. So at this point in time, it's not one thing. It's everything. And again, I'm not, I went to Babson College. I'm not some Harvard or Yale guy, and I'm not a crypto guy, and I'm not saying the algorithm's wrong, but every rock I turn, it's something bad. So I package this all up, right? And I go to the Bloomberg crypto team in London. There's 5 of them there. This is in early July. This is July 2nd. And I said, this FTX is a total fraud. And here it is. Here's all the issues.
Right.
And you guys should sit down with Sam and sit down and tell him you need Gary Wang there and start asking him these questions. So the head lady says this is too much work. It takes too much time. If we do that, they'll never talk to us again. we'll lose all access.
That's a
It's
quest
bad
already.
for
Okay.
business. You have all these unsubstantiated, stories. I said they're substantiated. Dan Freeberg is a fucking crook. He is putting money in front of these failed frauds, in front of bankruptcy. No one can explain this
Waste of
trade. No
1K.
one can explain his mentor. No one can explain where he got his money. No one can explain these interns running a complex exchange, with top financial professionals. Everyone can explain how he's paying for access. It's a great story if you can lock these guys in. And they came back and they just said pass. It's too much work, and they don't want to piss him off.
Rusty, just
And
don't
it's
make
my word
statements
against
like
his
I don't
word,
think
and
you know
it
what you're
really
talking
fucking pissed me off. And I just kept tweeting about it. I called him as fake as a $3 bill. I mean, I
about.
was as going after him can be, and I didn't give a fuck if I got sued. I mean, I'm sued plenty, and I've never lost. And it was just crazy. And then, McCullough, the Hedgeye guy, he follows me on Twitter, and he says, like, what's going on? I said, well, I'm speaking at your conference or whatever
I don't know what
in
FTX
early
actually.
October. I mean, I'll talk about it then. And I just laid it out. And I said, this is just absolute garbage. I mean, I think I made it very clear. I could have gone on for a couple hours on all this shit. And then sooner or later, this thing hit the fan shortly, a month later. And, it's kind of like, here we are. And
What was sort of the inflection point? Because you were talking about this,
Gotta be
spring,
careful.
summer, and then, I mean, he was on covers of magazines very recently.
he's on covers of magazine. He's on NBC News. He's on all these news programs. He's on Cartoon Network, which I call CNBC. He's on all these things. And the inflection was, one of these, crypto rags got a hold of some documents and basically said that FTX is illiquid or insolvent because, of course, they were using these tokens to pay people, and the tokens were liquid, and it was basically a huge Ponzi. So they started pointing it out, and then the CZ guy of Binance fame, who owned a
CZ just
bunch of
got
these
pardoned.
tokens, kind of realized that this guy is, kind of rat fucked, and sort of the jig is up, and that now that this token caper, if you will, this token scheme is slightly uncovered, he might as well put pressure on it. And he said he's selling his tokens. And that Caroline lady, Bankman's girlfriend who went to MIT, who said she doesn't even use math to trade, the head of Alameda. Again, she was one of the imbeciles who I scouted out on LinkedIn. And I said, for the CEO of Alameda, which is this crypto trading hedge fund, this lady, you wouldn't trust her to walk your dog. I mean, she's so incompetent. So she tweeted out that, FTX will buy all these tokens at 22. And DZ said, no, sorry. And these tokens are now at a penny or less than a penny or whatever. And that sort of unwound the whole thing. And my peers in this business, my fellow skeptics, all three of them who are out there, I talked to some really sharp guys, not household name guys.
Yeah, I
but
don't like
think
these
they're
type of
really
players.
good.
Oh, I'd rather just do it with a
They
small
said,
group
like,
of
why are
people
you
to get it
doing
done.
this? You don't
Instead of
stand to make
waiting.
any money.
Nope.
There's no trade in this thing.
Helping people.
There's no trade in it because I could have been short these FTT tokens. I could have been. And they did go from 35 to a penny, but I would have lost all my collateral if I would have been at FTX. I could have made $5 million, but if I lose $5 million in collateral, I'm down $5 million and never would be profitable from the trade. And I trust none of these foreign exchanges. So there's no trade to be had.
Yeah, exactly. They did it the hard
in
way.
that
Two
Goldman
people.
fiasco I was involved in, I
Can't
lost
be that
my
easy.
collateral at Lehman, and it gives me PTSD. So there's no trade to be had. And my peer said, why are you doing this? I said, well, I just can't stand this fuck. I can't stand how he's buying access politically. I can't stand how he's duping people. I can't stand what
Don't pop
goes
yet.
on. And I can't stand that I'm being ignored. I can't stand that I have something to say. And, Bloomberg knows me. I'm on the fucking Bloomberg. They did a huge piece on me a couple of years back in Bloomberg magazine. Some 10,000 word thing. Bloomberg knows me like really well. And it's kind of a little bit of that Michael Jordan kind of stuff in me, that there's no greater motivator than disrespect. And I had something to say. And the fact that
Actually, I will keep my
people
staff
wouldn't listen to
equipped.
me, I figured
Eat
then I
out if
got
I
to
need to.
speak a little louder.
This is what's so great about Twitter and social media these days. Look, obviously there's a lot of downsides to that town square, but let me give you an example. It's like we had uncovered, and these aren't as bad as the FTXs of the world, which are total frauds, but there was two companies in the investment space, billion-dollar money managers, where I said, look, they're not stealing your money, but what they're claiming and their track record is 99.9% fictitious. I'm not 100% sure, but 99.9. But the whole whistleblower process is so hard to go through. You got to get a lawyer, you got to submit it. In both cases, they're like, we declined to pursue this. But then the company was completely whitewashed to the people involved. They changed the track record. They deleted everything. So clearly, like, they called them up and it's like, yo, you got to stop doing this or something. So at least, but like they raised $1 billion on an imaginary track record. Now, so then I was like, you know what? Forget dealing with this whatever. I'm just going to start tweeting it out. And we came across one, and this is what reminds me of FTX. But we came across one that was advertising on Instagram, and they said, 12% guaranteed returns essentially. And I was like, well, we all know, like, there's certain phrases you can use in different parts of the world that if you use it, everything else that follows doesn't matter. And saying 12% guaranteed returns is just like already like the biggest red flag. And it ended up being, we tweeted out and a bunch of people talked about it. And I kind of forgot about it. A year later, it turned out to be a $250 million fraud based out of Texas. It was called Prestige, I think. But it was like 10,000 investors got suckered into it. And the part of that hurts so much is like it just gives our industry a bad name, because there are some good actors out there. Long-winded story. The thing about FTX, and we'll get into due diligence in a minute, that again should have been the immediate disqualifier, is in their pitch deck. They had the phrase literally high returns with no risk. It's like, in everything about the investing world, if there's one thing you cannot say that's impossible, and it says it has no downside. I mean, it's like, how did anyone pass that single sentence? It's like, okay, good idea. We're going to go with this, is beyond me.
With the auditor whose address is in the metaverse. Again, we can get into due diligence in a minute, but I mean, the thing is that, as I told, a couple of things that have been publicized, I did this for society. I didn't do this for me. I did this to try to make the world better, to get rid of a hugely bad guy and to expose something that's horrifically bad. And in the time, I've saved a lot of people a lot of money, but a ton of people lost a ton of money. I mean, I saved a fraction of a fraction.
Pokemon TCG. I don't get how Power Y Pokemon
really wrong
blew up.
Here is that
COVID world made people go crazy.
This is a huge failure.
I don't get
the
it.
Mainstream media, huge.
Pokemon cards, if I remember right,
failure of the regulators.
It was
it's
done.
a huge
Wasn't
failure
what it is.
of the institutions who buoyed this guy. It's a huge failure of politics. I mean, this is a huge failure across the board. I mean, at least Madoff dealt in U.S. stocks, was a U.S. guy, was under the watch of the SEC. People knew what was going on, and he'd been doing it for a long time. I mean, this guy, and he was older. I mean, this guy was 30, and I think I said in the New York Magazine piece that they did, most people who are 30 who are worth billions, I look for something special in them. There's certain people who are special. Same thing with ball players. I saw a young Ken Griffey Jr.
Rich.
I mean, that guy at 19 was special. You knew the guy was special, right? I mean, he was special. You knew Bo Jackson was special. I mean, there's certain special guys. So if someone's worth reportedly $10 billion under the age of 30, you think they're special. And there's nothing about this guy who was special, especially he couldn't articulate how he made his money or who trained him. I mean, there's mentorship in this business. People learn if you're good, you learn the tricks of the trade from someone who's legit, or someone who would back you up, or someone say, yeah, I knew that guy. I mean, my greatest mentor is, Al Jackson, who was the tremendous food analyst, and he's on Twitter now, and we go back, and tells me how proud he is of me, and brings tears to my eyes. And I told him, well, I wouldn't be me if it wasn't for you. and I appreciate it. But if someone says, "What's with this Cahotis guy?" I mean, go talk to Al Jackson; he'll tell you about me, and you and others in the same thing. So it's not the sad part or the failure part, and why I continue to speak out, and I'll speak out
Yeah,
louder
but
and
of which
more
Pokemon
is,
set? Like, I thought
maybe
Pokemon was just like
if
printed
there's
the
enough
Ellen
tragedy
back,
here or enough
basically.
of a
So
crisis, people can
I
learn
didn't think
from
any of the
it,
cards
or
actually hold
maybe there
value.
will eventually be changes. So
I thought
this
Pokemon was
shit
like a
just
passing
doesn't
fad.
happen
Like
again.
it held
Or
more
if it
value than Beanie
happens
Babies,
again,
but I
it
thought it was just kind of
happens
like
in a
Beanie Babies.
much
Died off and
lower
I mean, that was
decibel
it.
level. There's less bang to the big bang.
Well, there's like 20 creditors, I
Oh,
think,
he
that
probably
are
bought
claiming
cases, made it cool.
9-figure
So one
plus
influence.
of damages. So there's certainly some people that have been impacted. We'll see who it is. But the curious thing about this story, what do you think with the media and people not looking into this? What do you think the seduction was there? Do they just want to believe a narrative that was prepackaged and they just kind of get blindsided? Because I've been tweeting a lot about the strangeness is a story to me about the laundry list of, quote, world class investors and VCs that put a bunch of money into these companies. And I look at all the red flags, and it's a football field of red flags. It's not one or two. I mean, there's hundreds of them that in my mind, any MBA junior analyst, if you gave them a checklist and said, okay, look at this investment, it would have been no, 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 right? Like there would have been so many disqualifiers. What do you think happened?
I think I kind of know what happened. I mean, I think that we'll get into one of my pet peeves shortly, but I think Sequoia and some of these name guys stand behind it, and people have done such little work on this thing that they just said, we'll follow Sequoia, because I think the early funding round on this thing was very, very low. And it's kind of like a scheme.
Just a,
You put a lot of money in low, very low valuation, because these guys aren't for prime time. And if you tell the story, I mean, a lot of pal of mine, Russell, put a lot of money in Coinbase at a very low valuation on a hope and a prayer, and he made a shit ton full of money. He's lost a bunch on other stuff, but there were guys very early in the early stage rounds of Coinbase made life-changing money. I mean, generationally changing money. So they
gotta be
say
kidding.
if it worked there, it could work here. And yeah, the guy's a little funky, and yeah, the guy's a little weird, but Sequoia's in on this, and they do their work, and they're smart guys. This guy's in on it, and it's
You gotta
always
be kidding.
if you invest with smart guys, you should be all right. And no one bothers to look at the auditor, and no one bothers to look at anything. I mean, these things are coming so fast, and they're not big funding rounds, and you're not
Oh,
talking
Jesus
about a lot
Christ.
until you get into this $32 billion valuation. But the first round was not at much money at
Astral
all.
Flow isn't up.
So if someone says, I invested in the Series A and FTX and look at what it's worth, and Tom Brady's endorsing it, and if you have Tom Brady and you have Steph Curry and you got Giselle and you got all these people, and the guy's such a big donor, and he's on stage with Bill Clinton and he's on stage with this guy, people get lulled into the rapper and the sex
I mean,
appeal
we
of
got
it,
left.
and the doing due diligence part doesn't work. I mean, I've been in the hedge fund business, and I managed an awful lot of money. And when people come in, they did due diligence on me. They had private investigators check me out. I mean, they had people up my ass, and everyone who worked for me up my ass like you wouldn't even believe, asking me questions and shit like that. I mean, just crazy shit. They were all after me, but none of it happened here, and none of it happened because he sold the story. He sold the narrative, and he sold the narrative that Sequoia, and others and
Oh,
all
it's
these
Dark's Day.
smart
That's why.
guys, who are up 50 times on this investment, it could grow to the sky. And shit, Bitcoin was at what, $6? I mean, someone used once a Bitcoin to buy a piece of pizza. So six to call it 50,000, that's tradable. When people are told something went from 6 to 60,000, they'd say, yeah, I'd like to make 10,000 times my money. That would work. And if someone told you the Bitcoin story at 6, you'd laugh at them, or most people would laugh at them, but the people who believed won. So I think there's a lot of that. I think there's a lot of fear of missing out. And I think the money that obviously this guy stole and who financially he paid his financial PR firm, I'll bet you the media is co-opted. I mean, the New York Times, all they do is used to write positive shit, and the same thing with Bloomberg, and the same thing with CNBC and the Cartoon Network, and hey, he pulls the same
Kishi, what
folksy
happened?
Warren Buffett shit, and I'm not a fan of Warren Buffett. I drive a Toyota Corolla. Yeah, but you live in a $40 million penthouse taking all sorts of drugs. So the signs
Taking all
are
sorts of
there if you want to be a guy like me, or the signs are there if you want to be a guy like you. But guys like me
For that
say,
guy who was talking shit
there's no stock in this.
about, I'd rather
The
have a
market's
small low
fucked
man
up.
get it
Interest
done.
rates are going
He
on.
didn't have his
Mark, why
astral
don't you
flow
focus
ready.
your time where you can make some money?
I'm dick.
Why don't you focus your time where you can do some bad? This is a private company. The guy's weird. Blah blah blah. You don't need to opine here.
It's by the
This
mine
is
cart.
a big fish. What do you hope to achieve? I heard it all. Right. And I said, if I think this guy's a fake and I think he's going to take the system into the dirt and then some, I owe it in my mind to do what I can to speak out here. Otherwise, I just wouldn't
That
be
pile
me.
of
I
dirt of the
wouldn't be
mine
able to
cart.
live with myself because the shit would haunt me.
Part of it for me is like, I look at some of these things that come across my plate, and sometimes I'm like, man, I don't want to seem like a hater. I don't want to be a negative person about this, but it's often so egregious. There was a Ty Lopez who I don't really follow, but he was running a ton of ads on Instagram, and I posted it to Twitter, and the ad says, $300,000 invested in our preferred dividends, we'll send you $60,000 a year in monthly payments. And I'm like, again, you can't guarantee these 20% returns. And then you call. So I signed up, of course, as one would do. And I call in, and the guy that you're talking to would not have passed a freshman level investing class. Like, I'm listening to him. I'm like, is this a joke? Like, is this just like a call center person? They're like, no, it's the person ahead of it. And then he's like, actually, I'm like, so send me the docs. And he's like, what docs? I'm like, well, what am I actually sending you money for? He's like, oh, we do it on like a deal by deal basis. I'm like, okay, well, send me your track record for the, the prior deals, or your GIPS, investing record, anything. Send me anything. He goes, we require an NDA. I'm like, an NDA? I was like, I reviewed like 10,000 company decks. I was like, I haven't signed an NDA yet. And I'm like, I'm not going to sign an NDA. And they're like, well, we can't send you anything. And it's just like, flag, flag, flag. But they continue to do the ads. I keep tagging SEC enforcement. I'm like, look, these guys are like scamming people left and right.
Therein lies the problem. The problem is when you had easy
Day in
money,
life,
which
outreach
we
to
had,
nobody who
past
looks.
tense,
Hundreds
and
of
you
videos
have
dropped
no
establishment.
regulation, which we've
Didn't exist
had
until
and continue to have, and there is no SEC. I mean, there used to be a time. I mean, let's say you're in your mid to late 40s, maybe in your early 50s. There was a time where you'd actually be scared of the SEC. If the SEC sent you a subpoena or a letter or a because you'd be halted, you would think twice. You would say this isn't good. But now the SEC is so damn toothless and no one cares. Anything goes. And if anything goes, anything goes. And people, say, it's sort of like catch me if you can. I mean, I go out on things and people come back with, hey, I mean, I have 17,000 people blocked on Twitter. No, that's a fact. I mean, because I just won't put up with it because the quality of my Twitter feed is important. And if guys are sitting on there with a bunch of bullshit, I'll just block you because that's all I have. And this Bloomberg thing is a real setback, and it's a real tragedy they passed on it, and it's a shame on it. And the Times
buying
keeps the pup
slice of
shit
pizza
going.
for the
And
Bitcoin.
talking to a guy at the Times on this Silvergate, this bank that I'm short, which I think's total bag of shit. And he said people won't talk to me because I work at the Times, and they don't like the Times coverage of FTX.
That's part of the great thing about the citizen journalism nowadays is like we've
Ishi, let me know when you get
seen
it.
this failure
Good
of the
mom,
mainstream
let me know when you
media.
hit it.
And a couple of those timepieces, you're reading them, and they're just like the most laudatory. I retweeted it jokingly, and I was like did like a long, compliments about Madoff, and I was like, he was a great financier, chairman of the NASDAQ, had great hair, tennis player, parentheses, committed a massive fraud, like, and like da da da. It's like the Times piece was basically that for this situation. It was so bizarre to read. It almost feels like there's more going on to the story after that. Like you have the base case weird situation, but then you start to get money involved in politics and charities and, you know, senators and all sorts of stuff, and it just gets weirder. It gets weirder after that.
I think one of the issues is people are not just unwilling in this day and age to admit they make mistakes and admit they fucked up. And it's always now blame others, or you try to whitewash history. And if I make mistakes, I make a lot of them because I've been doing it so damn long, and I try to learn from them. You just say, I fucked up. You know, I made a mistake here. I was wrong. I took a huge loss, and it sucks, and I hate to lose, but you got to sort of own your narrative and own your
Okay, good.
label. And I think
I'll hang out
part
for you
of
guys.
what's been going on is these mainstream media companies just don't admit they've made mistakes, and people don't take pride in their work, and they don't take this shit seriously, and they don't realize the ramifications of this stuff. And that, you know, it's the same thing with Cartoon Network, aka CNBC. I mean, I refuse to watch that shit. I just won't watch it because the stuff on there has cost people, you know, fortunes.
And here's the funny thing about like failing is that, you know, if you fail with dignity, honor, and honesty, people are okay with that. Like they give you a second pass. I mean, in America, half the great founders, you know, if you're a VC investor, like investors that have failed with dignity and honor, like they get funded again. And the thing that really kind of grated my nerves about this story on the institutional investors is to a T, they all, and I've been retweeting them, Sequoia had, you know, when they said, okay, talk about what happened, they say, no, we did careful due diligence. And then they pivot into this weird story about, hey, we have to invest in dreams. And if we don't invest in dreams, like it's not our business. And then Ontario said it went through a tougher than usual gauntlet for an investment of that size with multiple investment committees. And then you have the whole Tiger mess, who's apparently been outsourcing their due diligence to Bain. And you're like, just one of you guys just say, you know what, you're right. We had FOMO. We made this mistake. It was a dumb decision. But like saying you did due diligence and missed it is like a huge disqualifier. I would redeem tomorrow. I'd be like, oh my God, you guys, like, what are you talking about?
Well, Reuters called me on Ontario. They said, what do you think? I said, I think everyone involved in the process should be fired on the spot and bring in new people. Same with these other things. I mean, why can't you at least admit you did none? Because again, you know, I'm not a Harvard guy. I'm not a Yale guy. Anyone could have called me and said, what do you think? And I said, if you buy me a couple dozen oysters and a few beers, I'll tell you exactly what I think. I wouldn't touch this guy with a 10-foot pole. And here's why. And therein, I think, lies the huge trap here. And the huge trap is just because, you know, I used to say people spend more time reviewing a restaurant that they want to go out for dinner at night than they do on their investments. It's always a word of mouth, or I'm missing out, or this guy's doing this, or he's a smart guy, or, you know, there's a whole underbelly of this. And I think we've sort of lost an ability for people to seriously and independently think. I mean, people just don't take the time just to be slow and think. And I think that's just kind of sort of really bad. And I think it's a shame.
And people were defending a lot of these big investors by saying, look, they make lots of small bets. I go, that's table stakes. That's called diversification. We understand that. But if you're paying them 2 and 20, and that 2% on 10 billion or whatever it may be on some of these very large funds, that covers a large amount of junior analysts that should be thoroughly reviewing every deal. Like, we're not paying you to FOMO into deals that you do not like. That's table stakes. You have to do this. So anyway, into my preaching stool. Right. You mentioned Silvergate. What's that? Is it, I say it right? Silvergate?
Yeah, Silvergate. It's SI. You know, Keith at Hedge, I did a follow-up last week, and I said I'm short Silvergate. Again, symbol SI. It's now 24. We can change it. It was 36. They're the bank. They're the so-called on and off ramp into crypto. They brag that they do roughly $1 trillion, did $1 trillion of on and off investing in these exchanges, and the exchanges kicking out the money. And I think it's a giant scam. I mean, their biggest customer was FTX, and SBF was their so-called spokesman on their website. And I think there's going to be a huge pushback into banking and secrecy laws, where basically they're going to make what Silvergate did illegal. I mean, it's because you don't know the AML KYC part of this. You don't know where the money's coming from, where the money's going, how fast it's changing hands. I've talked to some senators lately, and suffice it to say that from a political standpoint, when they asked me what I thought, I said that you can't
Game's
regulate
still up.
crypto
We're still at it.
because you can't tell people what to do. If people like it, buy it. If people don't like it, fair shake here.
But any books that were relate that feeling to someone who hasn't been through it. So
The interview I was looking for. Still really good. Coffee's. Oh. Like the interview with CoffeeZilla. Here it is. Hidden Force.
What's up, everybody? My name is Dimitri Kofinas, and you're listening to Hidden Forces, a podcast that inspires investors. On Jim introducing him has gotten him to dealing with very dangerous people and uncovering very dark and often talking about you either live under a rock or secure. This looks like your typical financial fraud case, and in some sense, it is. But there is so much political influence and holds so many ownership stakes in companies and venture funds in and outside of crypto.
You got it.
It's a
Yeah, Mama
story that Mark's
Nishi,
been
happy
working
to help.
on for almost a year, and it's the focus
Make
of
this a
today's
weekly habit. Have a
explosive
good static group.
conversation. If you want access to premium content like it, including subscriber-only episodes, early releases,
Next time you guys can
episode
link up with
transcripts,
you
and
because he has
intelligence
Summoner.
reports, you
Look
can
over to
sign up
around.
for those at hiddenforces.io.
But
All
I
of
still
our
have to burn a
content tiers
scroll to
give
pop
you
a
access to
scroll.
our premium feed,
But
which you
run
can
down a
listen
current
to
scroll
on your
like that.
phone
Pop the
using
other
your
one right
favorite podcast app,
and
just
then
like you're
claim this. I'm
listening
not gonna get
to
it
this
done.
episode right
I'm not gonna be
now.
able to claim this until
If you want access to our Hidden Forces Genius
after
community, which includes Q&A calls with guests,
if I do it
access to
after
special
reset, that's gonna
research
be my
and
ego.
analysis, in-person events, and dinners, feel free to send an email to info@hiddenforces.io,
Doing this mostly for people.
and I or someone from our team will get right back to you. And with that, please enjoy this incredibly timely and explosive conversation with my guest, Mark Gahodis.
Having me, Dimitri.
Grant's had the audience up in stitches talking about all your adventures.
That was a lot of fun, and that seems like decades ago, but I do remember that. That was a good time. Some of those ideas work too.
So for those in our audience who don't know who you are, Mark, give
Yeah,
us
this
a
is
quick
the one I was
background
thinking about. This
into
interview's
your history,
This is the better
what you
one.
do, and your interest in the subject that we're going to talk about today, which is the insolvency of FTX and basically all the reverberations and implications of that.
Okay. So I'm a 62-year-old fellow. I started, I've really been interested in markets since I was 16. I did horrible in school. I'm from Chicago. My grades were quite bad. I barely got into a place called Babson College, where I graduated in 4 years with a undergraduate degree in finance. I worked part-time at Merrill Lynch helping a broker out, but I've always had the stock kind of bug, always. And when I graduated college, I got a job at the Northern Trust in Chicago. I was making $17,500 a year. Interest rates were 18%. And I was the first person out of college they hired in the investment departments. That was fun. Lasted there 3 years. They didn't like me because I was too bullish. Imagine that. And I went to work with David Rocker in New York, where Rocker Partners started with $20 million. Back then,
Mark, I
hedge
recommend
funds were
listening to
big
this.
at 200 million, so we started with
deals.
20. Worked with David till about 2003, 2004. Moved to California in 91.
Here's the link,
I have
everyone.
a son who was born with cerebral palsy, and his therapy was out here, so I moved out here. And worked with David till 2004. Closed the fund in 2009 for various reasons that everyone can look up. And I've sort of been investing for myself since, I don't know, 2012 to now. And I have a blast. I have a lot of fun doing it. I am beyond aggressive. Most people know me as a short seller. I tend to sniff out frauds. I think I'm kind of good at it. But I also do longs and have longs, and some of the longs work, some don't. But I enjoy what I do. I have fun, and I have a good nose for rascals, troublemakers, frauds, thieves, and crooks. And I think that's why you want me on here today.
Yeah, that is kind of part of the job description. For people that want to know more about your history, Mark, or your other takes on other frauds or companies you've pursued, they can find a number of videos online. I don't know if any of Grant's stuff posts, but I know you've been on Grant Williams's, those long form, beautiful video interviews. Grant interviewed you some while back, so people can find that online, presumably. And so I encourage them to do that if they're interested in your backstory. So let's talk about FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, and everything else. I mean, we could talk about Binance too. I don't know if that's something that you want to talk about or if it's relevant anymore because Binance backed out of the deal. And as we speak today now, I should actually say, because this is like such a fast moving thing. This is the afternoon, 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday, November 10th. Binance backed out of the deal with FTX and Alameda Research. There are a number of other firms that take quick looks and hard passes at this. I actually just tweeted out that it feels a lot like that classic templated scene in mob movies where the guy at the end is like, or the guy in the scene is kind of pleading for his life, but everybody knows, including him, that he's going to die, but he keeps begging anyway. So I just feel like we all know where this is going. But the question, well, actually, before I ask the question, why don't you tell me what happened here? Maybe you can start with that. Like, why don't you talk to our listeners like they have no clue what the story is? What is your interpretation of what happened here?
Let's
Okay, that
sort
short
of
did
start
good.
at like the
1.2.
beginning. And I think if, people are interested in what I've done or my history or things like that, I think I must have 10 to 12 Real Vision things out there. And there's been 2 Harvard Business School cases done on me. So I think you can get those from Harvard. And, I'm generally online, so people can figure it out. I have a lot of lovers and a lot of haters, so you can go from there. Back to SBF. So let's just call him Sam for simple sake going forward, and we'll call it FTX. So I tend to look at nuances of things. Nuances bother me. I try not to look at the bright, shiny object. The bright, shiny object turns me on, and the way that I always think there's something there if someone gets too much publicity or the story is different or, something doesn't make sense. And that's the case with Sam and FTX. He was getting a lot of publicity. I started paying attention to him because something didn't fit. And when I listened to this guy, nothing he said made sense. I've listened to interviews with him on Bloomberg or CNBC, which I call the Cartoon Network, various, long and short things. And he talks, I would say, in a figure 8. Nothing adds up. Nothing makes sense. There's no explanation to it. And that really had me intrigued because when they call him the JP Morgan of crypto or the next Warren Buffett, it always sort of piques my interest, especially for a guy who has no background, no mentor, no resume, no nothing. So I started getting intrigued with this guy probably in the spring of this year. I've never touched crypto. I've never owned a stick of it. I've never been short a stick of it. I could care less. And I always say, if you've made money on crypto, God bless you. I don't understand it. I always say that you shouldn't be in an investment unless you can explain it to a 10th grader in a paragraph or less. And no one's been able to explain crypto to me ever. So I'm not a crypto guy, but I'm a heat-seeking missile when it comes to frauds and criminals and criminality, of which I think Sam is. I think he's a sociopath, and I think he's probably one of the great financial criminals since Madoff, and I don't say that lightly. So what was it about Sam and what he did that got me turned on? Well, first of all, when you listen to him, his story doesn't add, and it made no sense. There were never any details of how he made his money, who financed it.
Yeah, don't trust somebody who just
learned this
seriously
stuff.
has a bunch of
He was
money.
just an intern at something called Jane Street Capital, and he has no training, no mentor, no one who could vouch for him. He also has a partner named Gary Wang at FTX, and the only thing you can really find on Gary Wang on the internet is one picture and a picture of his back facing a computer where he was a advisor to Sequoia, who, by the way, owned some FTX and wrote it off last night down to zero. So his partner, Gary Wang, who I think is a member of the CCP, Chinese Communist Party, was allegedly, at one point worth $11 billion, is the so-called co-founder of FTX. You can't find anything on Gary Wang. You can't find anything on him. You can't find zero. And that's beyond suspicious. So Sam, when he talks, makes no sense. He has no mentor. He has no one who trained him. No one knows where he got his money, where he made this crypto country arbitrage trade. No one can find anything, and that's bizarre because I have mentors. I can remember all my good trades. I try to forget all my bad trades, and I can go into great detail about my career, who I met, everything down the line, and the great ones can do that. And if you have a big hit, you always remember your big hits and can articulate it. So he doesn't have that. Then he has this partner, Wang, who you can't find anything on. Then there's the head of regulatory at FFXI, a guy named Dan Friedberg, who prior to that worked at online poker, was a lawyer at an online poker company that was guilty of cheating, giving other people your face cards. So Friedberg, who is the head of regulatory at FTX, decided to omit that from his CV and his LinkedIn. And the only reason I know about this is I started squawking on Twitter back in May that I think something's very wrong at FTX, and some professional poker players who I know said you should look into Dan Friedberg. So the head of regulatory at FTX to me is beyond shaky. Then you have the so-called crypto winter where the markets blew up and everyone was doing poorly, yet somehow FTX said they were doing well, which makes no sense to me because if volumes are down, the assets down, interest rates are up, that's not a good time to be a so-called crypto exchange and or broker. So you had that going on. And then on top of all those things, Sam decided to invest in what I would think are frauds, Ponzi's, and schemes, whether it's Celsius, which went bust, or Voyager, which went bust, or Scaramucci, who had all sorts of problems. He invested in these 5 gimmicky projects, if you will, which makes no sense because if you want to invest in a fraud, you wait for the fraud to go completely bankrupt and then you invest, but you have protection. You don't invest in the front side of a scam because you'll lose everything you have. So you put all that together, it gets to be real interesting to a guy like me. And I thought he was a fraud when I gathered everything because it checks all the boxes of the things I just said. And I went out on my Twitter in May, which is at Alderlane Eggs, and I was chirping about this guy quite aggressively. And in June, I said the best short on the board right now is Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX. And at that point, I have an open DM direct message. I kept getting messages from people who used to be big accounts at FTX who FTX screwed. FTX traded in front of them. FTX destroyed people's lives. They destroyed tokens, which were issued and traded. So these guys make Citadel, in terms of front running and screwing their customers, look like the Pope. And you put all that together, you have something that's nasty, you have something that's messed up, you have something that's offshore. I was intrigued that Tom Brady and Giselle were spokespeople here. And I also found it bizarre that Sam, who actually looks like the inside of a gym shoe, and whose
That's my
hair
favorite
is
quote.
just a
Sam
complete
Bankman-Fried
mop,
looks like the inside of a
and
gym
is just
shoe.
an absolute slob, has billboards of himself across the country. And that to me makes just zero sense, because he's not selling himself. He should be selling his brokerage firm like E-Trade or someone like that. So you put all that stuff together, it hit all the high notes. And I said to myself, this thing is a giant scam. And more people kept DMing me of what he was doing and how it was going and how it didn't make sense. And I got more and more vocal on Twitter as the summer went on. And it's kind of a big, powerful feedback loop. The more I talk about it, the more people interact with me. And I have a lot of stuff. I have a lot of goods on this guy. And I've been working with a Pulitzer Prize winner journalist. I think there's going to be something coming out shortly on how they do criminality behind it, how they attempted to try to make their money, and more importantly, how they screwed people. And my friend saw me tweeting and talking about this thing and said, "What are you doing?" I said, "What do you mean, what am I doing?" They said, "Well, it's not a stock. There's no way to play it or make money." And I said, "That's great. And this is the key point that I want people to always remember. I did this one for free. I did this because this is such a despicable, undesirable motherfucker. I wanted him off the streets. I wanted him out of the business. I wanted him exposed, and he is exposed now. And I didn't make a dime on it. I went through great risk to expose this guy, but he's so bad, and what they're doing is so wrong and so dangerous and so screwing people. I didn't stand the profit from exposing this guy. I didn't get paid. No one's paying me. I don't have an investment play. I wasn't short the tokens at FTX. I did this, and I decided to do this project because I think the world is a better place without this guy and without FTX in business. So when someone says, "What was your motivation?" You know, people know me as a short seller, and when I'm short something, I say I'm short the stock. Like when you saw me talking about Canada, I exposed Home Capital Group as the fraud it was, but that thing had a symbol, and I made money being short the stock. But I said I was short the stock. And when I was short that Canadian drug fraud, Concordia, and the stock went from 100 to 0, I was short the stock. And I was short Valiant. And I was short other things, and I admit I'm short. There's nothing wrong with it, and it's totally legal. I did not stand to benefit at all by exposing FTX and Sam, not one bit. If anything, I put myself at risk. But to me, the prize, the ultimate prize here, is watching this guy go out of business and watching him probably end up in prison. And that'll give me great satisfaction because I've spent a lot of time on this, busted my ass, and I didn't really speak out. You know, I wasn't interviewed by the mainstream media because people wanted to ignore me on this, but I'm not an ignore kind of guy. And I kept going on Twitter, and, you know, in the last, kind of 8 to 10 days, this thing has really come unglued, and people, again, Twitter searchable. They realized how outspoken I've really been on this thing.
So you said that Sam Bankman-Fried came onto your radar in the spring of 2022, and you first tweeted about what makes you suspicious about him in May of this year.
Mm-hmm.
What was the period of time when you began investigating him, and when did you go from, man, this guy checks all of the boxes just from an appearance standpoint and all the red flags, to like, I've come across some really damning information here, and I'm confident that this person is running some type of fraud, Ponzi, whatever?
So that's a good question. So really in the kind of late winter, very early spring, winter of 21, early 22, I started realizing that something's terribly wrong with this guy, or something terribly wrong with the story, terribly wrong with the narrative. It kind of like makes no sense. And that's when I started putting together the pieces. That's when I started to realize that this thing makes no sense. And sort of how I operate is I sort of throw the big net out through Twitter. I have 80-some-odd-thousand followers. And, there's a lot of people lurking around who know things that I don't know. And there's a lot of people who have information, but they don't know what to do with it, or they're too scared to come with it. And people, know that I'm not afraid of anything. And they know that if they give me information and the information is good, I can run with it. And that's sort of what happened. But all of the factors that sort of came together, along with him being the second largest donor to the Democratic Party, there's a guy who was born in America who spent a lot of time in Hong Kong. And then when he leaves Hong Kong, why wouldn't he come back to the United States? The guy went to the Bahamas, and then he sleeps on a futon. There's nothing wrong with sleeping on a futon, but if you're worth $11 billion, I think you would do better than sleep on a futon on the beach. And then, you have the Dan Friedberg stuff, who's just a true lowlife. Why, if you're running an exchange, why in the world would you have a guy like that there? Then I went through LinkedIn on the FTX International guys and the FTX US guys, and all these people there, none of them had any exchange experience and or talent. None of them really are any good. I wouldn't hire one of them. These are the people who are running the show, so that looks like a front to me. And SBF has no experience running an exchange. He has no experience running a business. He's come from nowhere. So then as that started festering and I began to gather information with people DMing me and calling me with stuff, the head of US quit and another person quit.
When you said the head of US quit, can you be more specific and walk me through this timeline so my listeners and I can understand where we are?
All this stuff is sort of out there. It's sort of public. I think the head of FTX US, I'm drawing a blank on the man's name right now. He quit about a month and a half ago. And a guy named Tribuco, who was an Alameda Research employee, a higher up guy, he quit probably 3 weeks before that.
So let's also take a step back here again, because I don't want to take anyone's knowledge for granted. There are two companies here that are at play. Alameda Research, which, as I understand it, is the proprietary trading arm of Sam Bankman-Fried, and FTX, which is the exchange arm, which, among other things, has customer deposits and people are able to actively trade on the platform, correct? And this is what we're talking about when we talk about Alameda Research and FTX. And Alameda Research has a CEO, and the CEO of, or a co-CEO, I mean, you tell me, I don't know that, again, so by the way, just to validate, absolutely suspicious, no doubt. But to be fair, there are a lot of projects that are super suspicious in crypto. So that's kind of the starting point for all of this. There's a lot of this kind of stuff going on. But I just wanted to say that, but pick up where you were, Mark, I just wanted people to understand what we were talking about.
Well, to digress, yeah, there's a lot of projects suspicious of crypto, but that's why I don't deal with crypto. I more or less deal with people. I have a saying, you bet the jockey, not the horse. The jockey's great, you go long the stock. If the jockey sucks, you short the stock. But again, there's no way to short it here. But if you start looking at for lack of a better word, the mosaic of the story, there's no one at either of these companies that in my mind has talent. There's no one, and I know plenty of talented people. The CEO of Target is a good friend of mine. He's a talented man, Brian Cornell. He employs 500,000 people. He knows what he's doing. He's a real guy. There's no one at FTX or Alameda or anyone attached to him who I would view as a real guy. They're all, to me, either fakes or they're nothings. And you got to be somebody to manage this kind of business, this kind of leverage, with this kind of complexity. But there's no one there to do it, which is another red flag. And when the people who have no talent leave, that's a double red flag. So all these things were going on. These people left in, let's just say, the mid to late summer. And someone DM'd me and said, you realize that the chief operating officer, a lady, went to what's considered CCP University in Canada.
Are you talking about Caroline Ellison, whose father is over at MIT?
No,
Is that the
no,
person?
not
She's
her.
the CEO of Alameda Research. Okay. All right, that's fine. I just wanted to, again, there are a lot of different characters.
Yeah, this is an FTX person. You know what I'm saying and what I'm trying to do is this is all anecdotal of things that check the boxes or wave red flags. But since I think Wang, who no one can find anything about, since I think he's an operative, I also think the COO is an operative. We know that the head of regulatory has a problem cheating in poker. And, you know, again, when you put this together, there's no one on this roster. There's no one at this company who I view as legitimate. There's no one at this company who I view as a person who can actually run a company.
Okay, so let's talk about this. Actually, just for listeners to know, you're actually talking about Constance Wang, who is
Yeah.
the COO of FTX.
Yeah, that's her.
Let's talk about, because I've written down a bunch of notes as we're talking, and I'm just trying to figure out where to focus. Let's go ahead and talk about Gary Wang, because that's a pretty big allegation that there is a CCP connection. I don't really know exactly what that means, and I want to really understand what evidence is there for that, or is this mainly just kind of a constellation of connections and it's circumstantial, but there's no really smoking gun that points to any kind of affiliation?
Well, see, that's exactly right. But that's all this thing has ever been, right? Because if you're a guy who's worth $11 billion, I don't care who you are, there's stuff out there on them. There's stuff out there on you. You know, you can't go through such pain to hide yourself if you're worth that much money. And the story on Wang and Sam is they met at a summer math camp in Canada. And okay, that's fine. And then went to MIT together. Okay, that's
I'm gonna be
fine.
dead when I
Then
get
they
out of this.
somehow got together
That's
and
still
started
hitting me?
this FTX. Okay, that's a bit of a stretch, but fine. But in terms of Wang, you can't find him. And in some of the
I was
stuff
KO'd.
that I dug on prior companies, this guy, you know, when you're from China and you come either to Canada or the United States and you have money, you're either part of the party, you're part of the CCP, or you're kind of like a money laundering criminal. It's one of the two.
Oh man, I think I've died like
because the
times.
average person in China doesn't have, you know, a pot to piss in. And this is a
That's not
problem
true.
that I used to work on when I was doing all my Canadian stuff. And there is no in between. You're either, you know, in one class or you're the other. So it's my view in my working thesis that this guy Wang is with or affiliated with the CCP because he was very well to do. Now, can I be wrong? I can be totally wrong. But one of the problems is there's nothing out there on Wang. Nothing. And I find that in itself to be very, very suspicious that there is nothing out there on Wang. And he has an affiliation with Sequoia. And what kind of guy in a Sequoia report has a picture of himself of his back as he's facing a computer? It makes no sense.
Well, what is his relationship with Sequoia? And besides the fact that Sequoia invested in FTX?
Well, it said he was an advisor. So probably because he was there, he probably advised Sequoia to do this thing and completely bagged them. But Wang, in all the publicity of everything with FTX, Wang somehow has stayed out of the light of the media. No one knows or talks about Wang. I'm the only guy who even brings him up. No one even knows he exists, which to me is sort of a story in itself. And it's like, who's Wang? Who is this guy? Who is Gary Wang?
Well, that's a problem. I mean, you're actually nailing a bigger problem that's true, whether we're talking about Alameda, FTX, whether we're talking about USDT Tether, Bitfinex, and all these different companies. There are so many shady characters, and there's no transparency on the books at all. And it's one of the great ironies in crypto that you have these highly centralized, non-transparent institutions that sit at the heart of what is supposed to be a decentralized ecosystem.
Okay, let's say I agree with you 100%, right?
Sure.
I don't even give a rat's ass about that. My simple point is, if you're running a real company and assume FTX is real, right? which it's not. It's probably a criminal operation at this point because they took customers' money, right? They took customers' money and used it for themselves, which is illegal. So assume this thing is legit. You should at least be able to know, touch, feel, read about, interview, talk to Gary Wang. And no one
Did you
has.
reach out to Sequoia
No.
and ask them about him?
No, I mean, I had a pal, and they a pal do it. You know, I'm kind of a known guy, so they know when I call up, they know.
Yeah, I
I'm
wouldn't take
meaning
your call
trouble.
either.
Exactly.
If I
So
was
that
them.
doesn't work. So I had go-betweens reach out to Sequoia to get Wang, and they got nothing. I mean, I went to Bloomberg and said, you guys should get an interview with Wang and Sam together in a room. They were turned down. So if this guy exists and if he's worth $11 billion and if he's a co-founder of FTX, you should be able to touch, feel, talk to, examine, ask questions of this guy Wang. So the fact you can't, to me, is more suspicious than anything. You know, the concept of the DeFi and all this other bullshit they say with crypto, it's just all bullshit. It's just all something to lure people in. So I don't even get caught in that. But if someone is worth $11 billion and someone is a co-founder and someone is allegedly real, you should be able to get an email address for them, talk to them, meet them, anything with Sam. So, I mean, I don't even know if Gary Wang even exists. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, no, that stuff's totally insane that you can have companies like this that are managing billions of dollars of people's money, and there's really like no regulatory oversight whatsoever.
They're managing tens, if not 100. God even knows of what people's money. And what we're doing is, you know, the initial question is, what got you interested? I mean, I think I've named about 32 red flags that I have flying on this thing, including a co-founder who no one's met, talked to, can't email, can't identify, and nothing on, right? So when you add it all up, along with what I got from my DMs, which a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist, you know, is working on this big story of what I really have on this, which I can't get into today because I'm not going to jump someone's story that I've been working on with them.
Well, let's talk. I don't want you to tell me details. I don't want to, mess anything up there. So, but I want to talk around it, and I want to try to understand what you're talking about here. So the two operative questions here are, do you have a time frame for when this information is going to come out? Actually, a couple questions, and I want you to answer them all, Mark. Give a general idea of when this story is going to come out. Second question is, why have you decided to go this route? Did you give this information to anybody else? And what does this information that you have, that you've been working on, add to this story? Because as the story stands today, the way that I understand it is, roughly speaking, and this is not all confirmed. This is just me looking from the outside, trying to understand what's happened here. It seems that somewhere along the way, FTX went broke, and that might have been in the summer this year, where companies like Celsius, Voyager went broke, and they began to raid customer accounts. And at some point recently, they basically ran out of customer funds, or that became very clear to other people. It became clear to CZ over at Binance, et cetera. And basically there was a run on the bank and they blew up. That is kind of what it seems like. Plus they have this Ponzi dynamics with the FTT token. That's what I see from the outside. How much bigger is this story that people are missing that you're speaking to?
It's much bigger. And everything you said is 100% true. And you're 100% right. Everything you said is true. But what I have and others are working on, it's a whole lot bigger.
When you took this information to other MSM outlets, I don't know if you want to tell us who they were, what did they say? Why did they not want to go with this story?
I first took it to the Bloomberg crypto team in London, 5 people, and they were too lazy and didn't want to put in the time and energy to figure it out.
What did they say to you,
July.
though? What was their response to you when you gave them this story?
They were very apathetic. They said it's going to take a lot of work. They said it's going to take a lot of time. I said, I totally understand it. I said, but maybe you should do something before the election, because this guy's the second largest donor of the Democratic Party, and it's a big deal. So maybe if you guys start working on it now, you could expose this thing before the election, because this guy behind George Soros is the biggest donor to the Democrats. And they said it's too much work and, we can't get them together. It's just a bunch of bullshit. But I know bullshit all the time. And the mainstream media has gotten very lazy. Very lazy. So they were apathetic, and they wanted basically me to write the story for them, which is something I just don't do.
Let me interject again, and I want you to continue because I want to, again, let people know, again, context here, that I've read the same thing. I haven't looked further into it, but I did read the same thing, that he was the second biggest booster to Joe Biden, and either to Joe Biden and the Democrats or just to Joe Biden.
It's Joe Biden and the Democrats.
There are pictures of Sam Bankman-Fried all over the internet with Bill Clinton, Tony Blair, Giselle, Tom Brady, I think the former CFTC commissioner. I mean, it's kind of wild. It's almost like a combination of like Jeffrey Epstein and like some weird cut and paste program, just putting his picture into different people.
Maxine Waters, the whole thing. And also subtly in here, there's a respect thing. All these people, whether you like Democrats or Republicans or Maxine Waters, all these people sort of deserve respect. And this guy's showing up in an unwashed pair of shorts and T-shirt and, messy hair and the whole thing. It's a complete lack of respect that this schlep shows up and is taking pictures just because he's allegedly worth $11 billion, which I thought was a joke to begin with. But let's get back to your other thing with like going to the mainstream media and why to do it. Well, if I'm sitting there squawking on Twitter, there's a lot of people who pay attention to me, but it's not like that big of a story where the world just stops and says, what's Mark Cahotas tweeting about? But if someone who's won a Pulitzer Prize or 3 starts writing about these things, then people start really paying attention. And Bloomberg is a real outfit, and the person I'm working with is very real, and the Times is real, and the Journal's real. But it's a matter of finding someone who has the energy and the heart and the stomach to go after this stuff, because it takes work and it takes time and it takes heart and it takes gusto to do it. But that's how things get exposed. I mean, if you people out there think that, reporters just come up with all this stuff or journalists come up with all this stuff, it's wrong. They have sources. So I have sources through my DMs and through who I am that have come to me, and I put all this stuff together. I distill it in a form where I have a story and I take it to a journalist, and the journalist basically writes about the information that I have or have gathered through sources or people like that, and I put some research through it. So it's a real process, but that's how things have to get or should get exposed. And why did I do it? I did it because, where I started the conversation, I can't stand criminals. I can't stand cheaters. I can't stand frauds, because what they do is they rip off people who can't afford to lose, unsuspecting people who can lose it all. And I hate it, and I don't like it. And I think you're right. Part of this front line has been exposed from the CZ standpoint. I get it. I get that, right? But the other part, the part of how these guys do business and things like that, haven't been exposed, and what they've done to people and how they lose and what the company does to them and how companies run in front and screw customers. It's bad. It's really bad.
How much of this story is sort of basic criminality, greed story, and how much of it is about something about political entanglements and non-commercial motivations? Like, how would you describe that? Because you mentioned the reason, obviously, is we've got the fact that he's a huge booster, and you mentioned the CCP, and I still don't quite understand the relevance, because let's say he is involved in the Chinese Communist Party. FTX, it's a crypto exchange. It's not like, a satellite providing information to the NSA. So what's the relevance, really, if he is involved with the CCP?
You're a sharp guy. I'm going to answer it slowly, but I really want you to think of that question, right? Think of Canada when you met me, when I was talking about money laundering in Canada, right? And I was talking about subprime mortgages and things like that. The real trick, if you're a bad a bad player, like China and the U.S., we're not exactly friendly with them, wouldn't you say? I mean, if we're not selling them semiconductor chips or equipment or things like that, we're not exactly friendly. But if they can have a Trojan horse where they can take laundered money and use FTX's pipes to run it into this country in crypto, which is not trackable, you can easily turn crypto into U.S. dollars or U.S. treasuries, and you take an unidentified asset, which is crypto, whether it's stable coin, whatever, Tether, whatever bullshit you want, you can basically bring it from over there to in here, exchange it for dollars, and then you have laundered money inside the country through a firm which is basically compromised, which is FTX. Now, I can't prove any of that, but that's my working theory, and I think we're getting closer and closer for that to being true.
Have you informed any regulators in the U.S. about this?
I'm not getting into what I do in terms like that because I'm not going to get myself, I got myself in an FBI tangle once with my medics. Assume I'm working pretty hard, on all aspects to get this thing exposed. And I'm not.
Are you concerned for your personal safety at this time?
Fuck no. Hell no. I'm 62 years old. I've been through the FBI, with all their stuff. The guy who I exposed went to prison. I operate in broad daylight. I'm not afraid of much, right? Plus, I don't really have any names. I can't even find Gary Wang. So it's not like I'm saying it's Ouija poo. I don't know anybody. But my working theory is all these guys are compromised with laundered money going through this thing, and no one quite knows who's on first. And no one knows who's on first because there's so much money floating around, whether in political contributions or God knows PR firms to motivate the mainstream media. No one really knows what's going on.
Why have regulators been so derelict, not just with FTX, with this giant blow up, but with so many of the things that have been going on the last so many years? What explains that? I'm curious to hear your take on it.
Well, first of all, they're captured. Second of all, a commissioner of the SEC, again, I'm drawing a blank on his name. It's been quite a week for me. No, another guy, not Gensler, a former commissioner, left his job at the SEC, paying him $300,000. Callahan is his name. He's at Robinhood. He left his job at the SEC, getting paid $300,000 a year to be in the chief legal officer at Robinhood, and I think he made somewhere between $80 and $200 million his first year there. So when you can capture the regulators and you can get them looking the other way, when you play offense with no defense, you can score a lot of points. You can do a whole lot of things.
Is it also, how much of it is also the fact that speculators have just not wanted to hear it? They've just wanted to gamble. They've wanted upside. They wanted to ignore downside. And so the kind of the politics around getting blamed for bringing down the market were such that regulators just didn't want to touch it, whether it was, I'm not going to name names. And
all right, I'll just leave it there, everyone. I don't want to leave everybody in silence. Sorry for not talking for so long. I was just in good thing about something everybody should be. If you're on crypto, good for you. If not, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad on being in on a thing, not being in on a thing. No one can explain. Somebody does say they can explain.
Your inventory is full.
I gotta go to bed. Gotta check. Like really picky about it. change the stream title to Eco Warrior ×2, and change the thumbnail. All right, everyone. That's it. That's that. We improvised. We played some other games when we crashed. Had a lot of fun. Had a lot of good chats. Nishi, Mama Nishi. Glad I could help. Let me know if we need help in the future. Everyone else, thanks for coming around. Tonka, Dunk, Rusty, Bob, thank you. Super chat. Egoist, thank you for the new channel membership. I really appreciate it so much. Rusty, thanks for keeping it real. Oh, so many fine folks. Eggs, Omega. Azure Buster, thank you for your kind words as well and the suggestions. Everyone I forgot. Pom Pom, thanks to you as well. Everybody, thank you. Have a great night. Thanks, everyone.